Did this thing even show the chat? Chat, where you at? Where you at, chat? Does it even show the chat? Let's see, I could show live chat, and that seems to be okay. Seems like I'm live. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. It is Monday, May 12th, 8 o'clock. Carlos Macedonio, what up? How's it going? I hope you guys can hear me. Can you hear me? Let me know, Carlos. Because I'm using the mic, but I'm not sure if I'm coming through. Well, normally Mondays I think I try to push for a show with Marvelous, but today was a pretty long day and I couldn't make it on time. So we're definitely gonna do that tomorrow. Are you hear me? Thank you, Carlos. All right. So before I get into these two numbskulls that for some reason can't keep, all they can talk about is me. Honduran chola. Yes, right. Talk about nacho fries or without the cheese. Nah, I always use the cheese. You gotta get the cheese because that's the best part. That completes it. Norby's got beat down and called the cops. You know, that's the funny part. This guy keeps saying, "Oh, the pulley collar, the pulley collar." I'm like, "Bitch, you're the only one on tape that actually asked somebody to call the cops." I asked an old lady, "Should I?" At least I said, "Should I?" You actually asked an old lady to call the cops. So I don't understand how this guy keeps trying to push that narrative. Well, he's a cop caller. It's funny because people ask him, "Why you go a second round with Norris?" He said, "No, because he's a cop caller." That's more like, "No, you're just a bitch. That's why." When you gave Midget Look on Roadie and Radio, that would be great. Um, I don't know. I haven't even talked to him in a minute, but that would be great. Midget Loco is a dope ass rapper from Boyle Heights. I mean, I got nothing but respect for that guy. That guy's been in it for a good minute. Uh, you know, I'm glad that he's getting a lot of shine right now, because he deserves it. I mean, that guy. If you guys know that guy's backstory, man, he's hardcore. I'll tell you that much. Squad up hater report. Really? Yeah. Oh, you mean the Mark? I got a new name for him. He's the San Bernardino Mark. That's his new name because I can't call him by his actual name. Otherwise, he starts calling people. So his new name, because he likes to come up with names for me. So I'm gonna rename him the San Bernardino Mark. And I think everybody knows why he's a Mark because everybody saw how how he got manhandled by a guy on a video. That's gotta be the most embarrassing scenario. I mean, me, at least I got sucker punched by a coward that made it, and he's making it look like he actually did something, that was tough. But no, Mark Controller did a bitch move, and I give it to him. He got me. I mean, I'm I'm not gonna be here and say, "Oh no, I could have done more." No, he sucker punched me. And he did a good job. I'm pretty sure that wasn't his first sucker punch, so I'll give it to him. But ain't no way I'm eating those without. Tell Mr. D to come back on Road Radar. Mr. D is dope, man. Mr. D really he's got a lot of things coming up, so we'll look out for that. Let's see, Noticia Cayera, you talk all that and let 60-year-old AC one punch you. What can I say? You know what? I was looking at my audience, trying to inform them, like, look, this guy, he actually kept his word. He would actually have a grown man conversation. Totally wrong about that. He is not the person to have a grown man conversation. He is the man that is emotionally scared, so he reacts. Which at least now I know. Lesson learned. IFUs have American Chiclosos poster next to their Boy George poster. Let's see, Carlos. Be honest, Norby. Do you have your speedo on with your feet in the air? No, no. I don't wear Speedos. Those things freak me out, man. Like I can't do Speedos. I mean, where is the Chicano documentary? You know, I don't know why you're asking me, Noticiero. I never said I would do that. Uh, Esmar is a mark. You know, it's funny because he's not. Your boy over there in San Bernardino is the biggest mark on YouTube. Nobody got marked out on a live. But when did I? But when did I? But when did I? But when did I? Somebody needs to mix that up. But when did I call you that? You know what, Noticiero? I'm actually a little sad for you because you actually look up to the guy. You actually believe he's the guy that never shows up to anything, the guy that literally got uh, uh, marked out on live. Not only that, but he paid. Hey, what's up, HCP Chemistry? That's the embarrassing part about that Mark, that he actually paid to not get his ass beat. That's wild. I don't know. I've never met anybody that actually paid to not get an ass beating. $7,500. $7,500 so you don't get your ass kicked. That's fucking crazy. Ah, shit. I did it for free. But him, he that dude, your guy, Noticiero Callejero, your guy actually paid $7,500. Mister, well, if I was gonna spend that kind of money, I would have just put it on my guys, on my homies. I would have put it down for them, and that would have been it. Right. That would have been it. That's the funny part. This guy actually made trying to make it seem like he would pay somebody to go take care of whack. This fool yelled at you, called you out your name, called you, talked so much shit about your neighborhood. Oh my god, embarrassing. That's embarrassing. He even talked about your mama, but you know what? That's crazy. This guy said, "Well, if I was gonna pay that much money, I would have just kicked it down to the homies and let them handle." Right. Norby's the loudmouth that has no fight in him because he be well, Noticiero, you know what? I guess so. You must be you must know so much. And left YT for 2 months. Well, I gotta say, I'm not too fond of showing red eyes, you know? And he won't tell you this, but hitting somebody with brass knuckles, you kinda even though you punch like a bitch, it still does damage. If you ever get hit by a brass knuckle, Noticiero, you'll understand, but I'm pretty sure you never taken a hit by a brass knuckle, so you wouldn't understand. And let's see, we never okay, I don't know what you're talking about, Nutella, so now you're just lying, like that Mark from San Bernardino and that North Hollywood actual cop caller. Carlos Blue Dealer gets paid by Miss Pac-Man. I'm sure he does. Let's see. Hey, Norbies, I made a clip of Teletubby highly insinuating he called the cop when he had his print. Oh, I'm sure he did. HPC, yeah, all right. Much love to you, man. Thank you, HCP. Norby's chill with no one. Why is it 'cause what do you mean? Have you not seen that video of them asking a little boy to how I don't even want to get into it, but there's a video out there where he's talking to a little boy and asking them to get his homegirls to come through to kick it with the 200 guys. That's crazy that's that you look up to that, Noticiero. Noticiero, let me ask you this, Noticiero. Do you invite a 14-year-old boy to tell his homegirls to come through to your house, Noticiero? Let me ask you that because that's who you look up to, you know. Noticiero Cajero. I mean, that's the funny part because all you're saying are things that were proven wrong and you keep trying and trying, but you forget who you're talking to. This is Norby's. This is the guy that your blue dildo guy had to make calls to get me to take things down. You look up to the guy that has to sucker punch somebody. So that's the funny part. Norby Zero Gil. Okay, there you go. You're right. Yeah, okay. Again, proven wrong. Your boy actually admitted to making a false tape about me. That's the funny part that you're such a sad individual that you actually believe a guy that admitted to making a fake video just so he could take me down. That's as cowardly as that North Hollywood chola. That's the funny part. You're letting you get this tribute. You know what? That's the funny part because he left. He left. That's the funny part. Noticiero, that's the hilarious part that he left. I wasn't lucky because he left. Because he knew as soon as I got up, it was round two. But he made sure to go back inside before round two started. But it is what it is. If I learn one thing is don't go inside a place you don't know what's inside. But that's just his way. They see him made big nose run more. That's funny. You with Norbit's back on road. You know what? Who knows? That'd be guru. That'd be dope. Big Rube, what up? Why did American Church didn't put up the part with Norris Bowley color? That part right there. Antonio, that's you're right. Why didn't? Because you know why? Because it didn't happen. But since he wants to make it look like he's the guy, he's the one that no, I don't call cops. Motherfucker, there's a video of you asking somebody, call the cops. Call the cops. But here he is saying, "Well, I can't mess with him because he's a cop caller." Bitch, you're the cop caller. There is a video of you asking a lady to call the cops. That's the difference between me and Gil. I asked, "Should I call the cops?" He actually told the lady, "Can you call the cops? This guy is doing graffiti here. Call the cops right now." It's funny because everybody says that. Well, no, not everybody. He says, "Well, I was just playing around." Right. You're just playing around. No, I took him with me and I explained to him why he shouldn't be doing that. No, let's see, Carlos Norby takes punches in Highness chat. Hey, that's right, sir. You know what? Hey, I said it at the end of that clip. I don't back down. And if you want to do that, let's do that. But if you're gonna run back into your studio after you did what you did and then run back inside, yeah, yeah, that's not it. Let's see, hater. He beat another one day, and then 3 weeks later, he interviewed the. That's the funny part. That guy, it's funny because he says I'm the cop caller, but this guy's literally calling cops to come and interview him, get interviewed by him. He has a district attorney. He has actual cops in there. It's crazy how he pushes that narrative, like, "I don't look at me and connected with the cops, because it's not me connected with the cops, it's Norby's, he's the cop caller, but yet, you're the one that's interviewing cops, you're the one that's interviewing the district attorney, you're the one that's, supporting the cops, this is the guy that hangs out with cholos, and at the same time hangs out with cops." Like, it's crazy, it doesn't it's crazy how the guy that hangs out with cops is the one that accusing me of being a cop caller. Like, how does that make sense? And then everybody else around him is pretty much hanging around cops. If it's not the cops, it's the feds. Is he? Hey, you marked out San Bernardino piece of shit. How much did it hurt paying that 7,500? I know what he says. Where's the receipts? If there are no receipts, then how are you gonna prove it? Oh yeah, yeah, that's exactly what somebody's gonna do when you punk somebody for 7,500. Show receipts. Yeah, whack 100 is really that stupid to show proof that he punked $7,500 off of you. Oh yeah, that's it right there, Mister. Well, where's the receipts? If I really pay that much, there's gotta be receipts. Hey, Noticiero Cayera, do you know if there's receipts? Norby, you took it on, and yes, sir, that I did. Well, I mean, I didn't I had a choice. I mean, he sucker punched me, so it is what it is. That was my fault, and I'm man enough to say that, he got me on that one. He sucker punched me, and then as soon as second round was about to start, he ran away. I mean, he'll say, "No, I put him down, so I had to go." No, he ran away. You even heard it in the audio, me saying, "Don't run." The adrenaline already kicked in. I wanted to keep going at that point. I mean, if any of you have ever been in a fight, you know what I mean. Like, once you're in that mode, you're like, "Oh, let's keep it going." You know. Let's see. Let's see. Edinburgh said Teletubby made a police report when he scans print shops. Does he? You know what? I keep hearing a lot about that. Norby's, what has been your favorite project you worked on so far? You know what? There's so many projects that I worked on. As far as my favorite one, you know what? Honestly, the best project for me is has always been rodeo and radio because I met so many people that you and I looked up when we were younger. I met so many people that real pioneers of music industry, real people with real history that actually affected how we saw music back in the day, and it was dope. That's probably my most favorite project that I learned so much talking with so many legends. It was crazy, and I gotta thank Tony A for letting me be part of that because I never in my life thought I would ever meet these people, yet alone have a conversation with them. I mean, it's crazy right now. The interview with Sugar Free is going fucking viral, and it was dope because I was right there and I was just watching him be him. I was like, "Fuck, this is Sugar Free. This fool really is this fool's fucking dope." Let's see. America reads everyone's paperwork but his. I've been busy with live, but I know AC is a liar. Chicano Tube is thirsty for channel growth. Blue Devil is a liar. Shout out to the chat. I gotta go, but I'll catch up later. That's from P Dog. P Dog. Thank you for stopping by, man, and putting down your comments. Antonio Robles. Now, mind you, that was not me saying anything. That was P Dog saying his name. I don't want him calling people and saying, "Oh, he said my name." Antonio Robles. Norbis, tell Tony, put it to camera. Well, you know what? Hey, I hope it comes out, but that's not, I literally have nothing to do with that. You know that's his project and his thing. I sent Teletubbies print shops scamming history to Wack 100's team. Wack said he will expose him. Oh shit! Much love to the chat. Where the hell is your face? Ain't nobody want to see a blank screen. Well, I'm not set up for that. I'm actually using my phone to do this because I wanted to try how this vertical thing is because apparently it's the rage right now. Instagram keeps sending, I mean, not Instagram, but YouTube keeps sending us messages to like use this format for them. Antonio Rodriguez, you with Norby's coming back. You know what? I got to bring it back. Me and the Jada are definitely working on that. Let's see. Karaoke with Norby's. I'm down. I'm down. I wouldn't mind singing a few tracks. What up, Marlis? Marvelous in the chat. Marvelous. Okay, there's a lot of what's up to my es todo, compa. The real sign. Hey, let's see. Second left. Whoa, these all these things are going fast. No, he's streaming the live. Is it? That's funny. I remember when he threatened me. He said, "Norris, if you keep streaming my live, I'm going to report you." And he did. He did. That I'll give to him. He is a man of his word. He definitely reported my channel that day, and kudos to him because I didn't think he was gonna do it because I thought he wasn't that kind of person that would report his channel. But I gotta say, I think he reported another channel before mine, but I thought that was funny. I thought the guy that says, "Hey, I don't care if you're showing my content, it's all good. Show it. I won't report you." And bam, what did he do? He reported my channel. I thought that was funny that he would actually report my channel. But well, yeah, that's how I knew, that's how I knew this guy was all bullshit. The guy that says, I'll never report you. If you could use all my content, it doesn't matter to me. Everybody wins. It's all content. Next thing you know, I'm gonna report your channel. Even while you're live, I'm gonna report your channel. Let's see. Does OBS work on the phone? Only, you know what? No, OBS does not work on the phone. There are other programs that you can use that's like OBS, uh, like Prism, that works. Let's see. Teletubby reports people if he prints scams. Carlos, sing "Lost in Love" by MB Writers. Let me see. Let me see. Do I have that song? Let me see. I could get that song. Hold on. I'm gonna get it. Let's see. How does that one go? Lost in Love, huh? Heck no. I don't think I could do that. Let's see. Hold on. Maybe I could dance. Lost in Love. All right. So maybe I could do it. I'll do it. I'll try it. Dedicated Taco Bell. You know what? Because you dropped that. Sure, I'll do it. Let's see. Hey, shout out to MC Magic and the brothers from NB Writers. I met all three of them. They're all good guys. I wish they could get along and work again together. But all right, hold on. I totally missed the mark because I was talking. Wait. Fuck, man, this shit goes by fast. All right, can you guys hear the beat? Let me know. Can you guys hear the beat? Let me know. If somebody does property damage or your print shop when you file insurance report for compensating, most insurance companies want police report. That is very true. You do need a police report when it comes to insurance because like when you like lose your phone, even when you lose your phone, they still want a police report of where you lost it. So you still gotta go to the cops whenever you do insurance claims. Only 6 4. Any good Mexican restaurants in Colima and Whittier area? That's a good one. You really gonna sing? Like, yeah, I'm really gonna sing. I'm not, but you guys hear can't hear the beat? Okay, all right. Much love to everyone join. Thank you, HCP. Thank you. All right, let me put it up a bit more then. You guys couldn't hear the beat. I'm gonna do a fucking horrible job, but good job. Can you hear the beat? Let me know though. Hmm. How you doing, sweetheart? Hey, yeah, these last few months being been together happened so right, and I'm just so happy for what. Nah, I can't do that shit. You know what? Hold on, guys. Were you guys able to hear that? Let me just know. Ah, I want to actually hear these fools. Uh, all right. Let's do this one. Can't hear the beat me. All right. It should be high enough. All right. So, how you doing, sweetheart? Hey, fast. I think he's going a lot faster, man. I love you too, baby. Hey. Yeah. Something so clear especial estar contigo is all I want to do every night since sleeping at the first day. I knew it will last forever if I had it my way. So glad. And the little girls are Rosa, but dreaming at the moments of heart is Rosa. Okay, that's the best I could do, guys. I'm trying to hit the notes, man, but I think this thing's going faster than normal. Sing the girl part. No, I'm not singing the girl part. You guys choose another song. You guys chose like the fastest song that these fools sing. You know what? I think Marlon would probably do a better job at this song than me because these motherfuckers, this part, and that's Magic that's actually singing that part. I like the brothers. They're a lot more slower. Let's see. It says from Paris. I am watching 2 a.m. radio. I am what? Uh Choose another song, guys. I did my best, but I'll finish the rest for you guys. The young ladies, señorita. And that's why I gotta say that you're the best. 1,000,001 ways just to express the amor. I know that we will be together. So sing for me, baby, sing forever. California Dreaming? Nah, that's a hard ass fucking song, bro. Kid Frost, sing for the raza. You get, bro. I'm not a rapper, guys. Let's get this. Let's get that straight. I can't do rap songs because I can't. Because I'm horrible at keeping. I mean, I'm already bad as it is keeping the beat on this song. But technically, that's rap. So I'm not a rapper. Player, you have to keep singing if they paid good money. Damn HCP. All right. I'll finish the rest of the song, but and then I'll do marvelous song. Making love in the night. Man, I'm telling you, hermosa, my heart's in the trance. They say that true love is so hard to find. I thank the man up above for making you mine. Talking on the telephone, sending you kisses. A dozen roses just and I ain't missing it. The warmth of your body right next to mine. Eres tú la mejor like a toast of fine wine. Out of the movies, maybe sharing some ice cream. Se estoy dormido, don't wake me up. That's all I got for that song, guys. What was the other song? Sing the female part? No, I'm not singing the female part. I worked my ass. Carl, you should have said that in the super chat. I'm not saying that. What's up, Brad Pitbull? Shout out to 2064, Carlos. Antonio. Marvelous. Cannabis milkshake? No. All right, what's that song, Mars? It's California Dreaming. I think it was California Dreaming by who? By California Dreaming by Jose Feliciano. I don't know. I didn't even know that this one. I didn't know the guy's name Jose was Feliciano. Now, is this true? You bleed Taco Bell mouse? I probably, hey, that tastes good then. That's, and the sky is gray. And the flower on a winter's day. I'll be safe and warm if I was in LA. Oh, I was dreaming on such a winter's day. Church, I stopped along the way. I got my own life, and I have to pray. No, the preacher did succumb, 'cause I'm gonna stay. Oh, California dreaming on such a winter's day. Yeah, all right. And that's it, guys. Next song, guys. Fucking cats fighting. Or slow dancing in the living room. This freaking just done with. No, I don't think so. I saw no twerk. Nah, heck no. You never gonna see me twerk. No mames. I'm out what? Chosers. Everyone's a critic. Do Back That Ass Up by Juvenile. Nah, you guys, I can't do rap. I mean, I would like to be able to do it, but I can't. Tony man, a record deal. Tony YOLO. Tony A's I'm not your puppet. Guys, like I said, don't give me a rap song because I'm not gonna be able to do that. Let's see. Cheese. Jay, you better not be me that it sounds like cats fighting. Sing it. Okay, you know what? Okay, let's do that. Hit the road, Jack, because I do like that song. I can already sing it into Normie singing into the Pipino. No. All right, let's see. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I hear that, right? I'll do my best. Don't you call me back no more, no more, no more. I hit the road, yeah. And don't you call me back no more. What you say? Don't you call me back no more, no more, no more. I hit the road. No woman that I ever seen. But if you say so, I have to pack my things and go. Don't you call me back no more, no more. I hit the road, yeah. And don't you call me back no more. What you say? Don't you call me back no more, no more. Hit the road, yeah. Don't you call me no more. Oh my, and I'll be on my feet someday. You do call this understood. You ain't got no money. You just ain't broke. It's if you say so. I have to pack my things and go. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more. I hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. What you say? Don't you come back no more, no more, no more. I hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. Well, I'm just saying, you can't understand. You don't mean that. All right, that's the best I could do on that one. Let's see. People says Norby's is singing into a Pepe. No, I am not using the mic on my my iPhone headset. Sing Purple Rain by Prince. Damn, Carlos, come on, Carlos. All right, let's see. Actually, I shouldn't even try that one because that's a very difficult song. Now, is it true you take bubble baths instead of candles light with the kids asleep? Hey, you know what? When I was in Vegas once, I did take a bubble bath. I had I got an Airbnb that was like a two-story house, And the master bedroom, actually, the master bedroom was fucking huge. It was the master bed. It was the bedroom, and then the center. It was the jacuzzi. Well, not actually no. Yeah, it was the jacuzzi. Does that still count if you did it in the jacuzzi? Anyway, it was the jacuzzi, then the shower, and then this big, huge walk-in closet. I mean, how are you not gonna take advantage of that? That's it's already there. Sing let's see, Narby's uses a pack of that went by so fast. Pues ya te digo, do your best Tony Montana impression. You know what? I gotta get into that. Hit the like button. Thank you, Brad People. Yes, hit the like button, guys, if you can. It's like listening to a nature. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for that confident booster. Antonio says, "Sing Norby's. Norby's is hitting all the not balloons. Sing the girl part. Come on. I will always love you by Whitney. Heck no, bro. Sing the hook. Ma- Maduras are squirting for Norby's performance. I can't say bump and grind, man. People judge you for bumping R. Kelly nowadays. Well, I mean, for like a while now. I'm too sexy by Right Said Fred. I actually do like that song. I don't know why. It's just one of those gimmicky songs that you could listen to the whole thing. I'm from Minnesota. You better sing like your life depends on it. All right, Carlos. People have to pay up for requests. You know what, ACP? I thank you. A few pennies wouldn't hurt as far as that. Ross Stewart, do you think I'm set? You guys are choosing like I can't do purple. I can't do Prince the way he does it. Just to let you guys know, you guys, you know, listen to my voice. Try to go find something that actually goes with my voice. Not. And you guys are lucky that I actually do like doing karaoke. I actually do go to a Korean karaoke spot and just to fuck around, even though I suck at it. But fuck it. I never met I'm trying to. What the? That's not the song. I never caught any sorrow. I never meant to cause you any pain. All I want time to see you happy. I only want to see you laughing in the purple rain. 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 I want to see you bathing in that purple rain. Never wanted to be your weekend lover. I said that too fast. I'm definitely not on beat on this one. No, we spoke up with this one. Hey, Brad, that's a rumors. We wanted to be some kind of friend. Hey, maybe I could never steal you from another. That's true, bro. Like you don't steal another dude's chick. Such a shame our friendship had to end. Purple rain, purple rain. Oh man, purple rain, purple rain. Oh, we got a new request. All right, let's see what that. We'll do it after this. Purple rain, purple rain. I only want to see you underneath that purple rain. How do I know? I decided to change it. Nari reminds me of Juan Gabriel minus everything. Ouch. Look, it's that's everything. You know what? Okay, I think I did enough of Prince. Let's see what the drop it like it's hot by Snoop Dogg. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, this is rap, guy. That's all right, guys. Well, you did, Carlos. You paid, so Norby is in prison. He's present. I fucked up. That was good though. Woo, woo. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. With big spring at you. Drop it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. You get your attitude. Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. Or dumb and a roll of the fade. I got it going on. Everyone's out with some ice creams. These ice cubes. These ice creams. Bachelor $1 million boat. That's a wonder. What's the tiny throat? Phantom. Period. Like they think. Like suicide, wrist red. I can exercise. You did before side. And then I can do that. I'm not gonna like it. Carlos, I'm sorry, man. I tried, man. I told you I can't do rap. Rap is too hard for my brain to process. I did the best I could, Carlos. Like a wig on. No reason singing the song to her about the name. Sing to become one by Spice Girls. Sing to become one by Spice Girls. What is that a song, Brad? Drop it, ladies. Hey, Norby's likes the Asian persuasion. Nah. Carlos say hit the worm. Let's see. SMS Iron Jet looking for you. Is he? I never met the guy. Norris lay on his side, slaps his own budget. So he talks to Kawata. Freaking Brad. Ah, boy, que es este güey sigue llorando. Oh, yeah, that's it right there. You got it, SD Roots. That's what it is right there. You're like the second guy. Guys, we got the second fanboy here from that side. Welcome, SD Roots. You are the second one to come in. The other guy, I think he left, or I don't know, he stopped, or I don't know, but he was here earlier. F for effort. There you go. Man. Ghetto Vallero says, "Drop it like it's fire." Yeah, that's right. Brad, you're coming in with fire tonight. And Carlos, you're getting me for all the songs that you're putting in. I really tried, bro, but this rapping stuff is not. I can't do it. I mean, as much as I tried. No, it raises- sign the national anthem. Oh, you mean sing the national anthem? I think I could do that. Norby's yanks himself on his own. I used to be able to sing the national anthem. Let's see. National anthem. All right, guys. I'll do the best for the national anthem because I mean, I think anybody that went to school in the U.S. had to learn how to sing this song. Oh, you said to become one with the Spice, the Spice. Nah, I'm not singing a Spice Girls song. I can send super chats on that. We're gonna be here for a while. Mary Butch, I hope you're there. Oh, somebody wrote to me, but I get back to them afterwards. Why not pay the student another visit? You know what? If if I knew he wasn't carrying that security guard with him, I probably would. But he does. 'Cause he's a bitch. Uh Taco Bell had a small tacos, but they off the menu now. What they have now? You know what they were? I remember they were, but actually no. I'm thinking of Jack in the Box. Never mind. Don't disappoint your county. I'm trying not the country. Okay. All right. National anthem. Sing something you're supposed to. Hey, I grew up in the US. Okay. Here we go. Wait, is it the Star Spangled Banner? Oh yeah, it is. All right. All right, guys. There's the best version I could do. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, who brought stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the pampers we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bumpers thin in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say that star bangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Damn, guys, I lost like 2 viewers singing that song. That's I did my best, but I hope the guys that, the ones that, enjoy that song, you had your hand on your over your heart and your hat off. That's right, America. Nor those were fire. Hey, nor use AI fools cause as flags. That was the most unbelievable singing. Ouch. Play ball. I'm not the no, I'm not the go Chivas. They're sending the worst. Rest in peace, Fernando Valenzuela. What? Hey, oh wait, he did die, huh? Never mind. Oh, you know what? It's crazy. I don't even know if they recall because I remember that when he died, I called up Tony because the week before I had told Tony on I think it was Freaky Tales when we were gonna do Freaky Tales. I told Tony a week before. I told him, "Hey Tony, hey, what do you think about Fernando Valenzuela dying? Like he died of if I recall, I think I told him he died of a heart attack." And he was like, "What? What the fuck? He died?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro, he died." And then I was telling him, but it's a trip though. How come nobody is like I would think people would be posting about him like this is Fernando Valenzuela. He died. How is nobody posting about him? I did and Tony would actually, confirm this that I actually told him 1 week before Fernando Venezuela died that he was already dead. And I had asked him, "Hey, do you remember I asked you that?" Like, yes, I remember clearly. You told me that he had already died, and it was weird that nobody was posting about it. I don't know. I don't know how that happened, guys. I tend to pay attention to a lot of new stuff, so that's how I believe that he had already died. And then it didn't happen till like the week after. And I told Tony, what the fuck? What happened? I was pretty sure this dude died last week. He said, that's what you told me. I'm like, yeah, that's what your news said. I thought that was crazy. I don't know. That was definitely a freaky tale right there. Norby's can host a bachelor party. Hell no. Carlos, hey, shout out to IE people. There's not too many in here to defend themselves, but there's always love when we roast the IE because it's the IE. I mean, there's a lot of cool people from out there, but you know, it's hard not to make fun of them. How much for you to MC a Sweet 16? Shoot, I do that for free. As long as I get like a one meal and that's it actually. I just want a meal. I love the food that they make. It's either like carne or chicken, you know, you can't miss in one of those parties. You know, they got a big ass plate for you and all the drinks you can get. Can you share the story of the monster hand you saw as a kid again? Yeah, yeah, I could share that story. He did get an award that year. Norris Walter Mercado. Norris worked in for Clio. Oh, McDonald's had a farm. Okay, well, I'll tell you the story about the 6 or 7 years old at the time, and a few paranormal things have happened, but this was the most intense one that me and my brother had experienced. So it was like dead in the night. Dare I say it? We didn't really look at the time, but I would go out on a limb here and say it was probably 3 in the morning because that's the time the weird shit happens. But it was late night, and me and my brother heard a little girl crying, and we were tripping out because we were like, "What? Who the hell is crying? There's no little girls here." And we got up from bed, and we heard the crying coming from the kitchen. So we lived in a single back then. So the only thing that was separating the kitchen from the like I don't know, the living room area was a wall and like an opening. So we went inside the kitchen, and when you go into the kitchen, the first thing you see is a big round table where we all sat to eat. To the left of that table, it's a window to outside. Mind you, we were living on like the I don't know, maybe the eighth floor, the seventh or eighth floor up. And this is in Koreatown where they have some really old buildings there. So we walked into the kitchen, we saw the table, it was dark. And I don't know why we didn't turn on the lights. Uh, I have no idea why, you would think, but we were kids. So we walked in there and towards the where the stove is and the refrigerator. And if I remember correctly, the little girl somehow, some way was between the stove and some like some pantry thing. And me and my brother tripped out because we both saw her. And when we saw her, she had a she was translucent, but she was also the color blue. I have no idea why she was blue, but she was translucent. We could see right through her, but we could see how she looked like. She had like a very old dress from back of who knows what era, and she was just there crying. And me and my brother would keep asking her like, "Hey, why are you like? Who are you? Like, why are you crying?" And I don't know if she psychically told us, but she said she was running away from something. But she wouldn't tell her what it was. We would tell her, "Well, what is it? What are you running away from?" But she wouldn't tell us. She would just keep crying. And then out of nowhere, I believe either me or my brother, we looked towards the right where the table and the window was at. And slowly we could see a green glowing object. It was green. It was just like a green under the table. It was dark on the table. So we saw something green and bright. We're like, what the hell is that? So we started walking towards it. And then by the time we got close to it, we just start seeing the fingers come out, these big green fingers. The hand was as big as the table, mind you. So as soon as me and my brother saw that, we automatically instinct kicked in and we just ran. We started running like we tried to run to our parents. But the crazy part is as soon as me and my brother started running, we weren't running anymore. We could see our legs moving. We could see each other, but we're freaking out because how is it that I could see my brother running, but he's not moving? He can see me running, but I'm not moving. But this hand kept coming out of the table, and it wanted to get us. So it was a trip because whatever was holding us there wouldn't let us go. Wouldn't let us go, and then we were freaking out, and we were. The thing was, we were also yelling because we could see our parents from where we were at. We were yelling. But nothing would come out. Not one word would come out. And I told this story on Tony's show. At that same time, me and my brothers were going to Sunday church. So we had already learned the majority of the Bible. We learned the stories. We learned we were pretty good. I was pretty good at it. I mean, if there was a test based on the Bible, more than likely I would get the answer correctly. That's how much I got into it. But I remember that part, where if you if you if you ask God for help, and you know you you talk with him, and God will show up. That what I kept in my mind. So automatically, as soon as I figured this thing wasn't letting us go, and it's gonna take us to hell or something. Uh, I started praying in my head. I closed my eyes. I figured this was it, so I might as well pray and ask God maybe for a slight chance of help. And that was the one time in my life. I don't know how. I don't know why. That was the one time in my life I've ever seen the symbol for Omega. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Omega sign, but that was the only time I actually saw that symbol in my head. And as soon as I saw that symbol, it let us go. Everything just everything just went back to normal. The hand disappeared, the girl disappeared, and we 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 started running. And that was it. After that, me and my brother knew that ghosts were real because he saw the exact same thing I saw, and we both went through it together. Even to this day, we know that what we saw was real, and it just trips me out. Later on in life, I find out that that building was like around the Great Depression, where a lot of people were doing unaliving themselves. That's a very dark area. All right, let me get back to these things here. The chat. Oh, McDonald had a farm. Say, Les, don't bring. Nobody can sing at my funeral, so I can't wake up into bed. I was singing there. You just let me know what song you want me to sing, Carlos. Chinga de Yo Norbis, you believe in black magic? You know what? I definitely believe in magic. I mean, is it a color? I don't know. Is it negative? Definitely. Let's see. White 100 kicked his garage door down. What the heck, man? Carlos, the hand was Diddy's. Oh my God, hell no. I'm busy, but trying to hear the ghost story. Thank you, ACP. Let's see. It's common for people to see supernatural things when they are going through a lot of stress in their life. Well, yeah, I definitely believe that. I definitely that plays a factor when you're able to see that. Which God were you praying to? Jay, I'm glad you asked that because at the time I would definitely say it wasn't Jesus, I was just God because in my mind, I never saw it that Jesus was God when there's God. So for me, it's like, wait, how could they be in two places at once? I mean, but it is God, but in my mind, God is God. I mean, even saying the name doesn't feel right. I don't know. Almost numbers. This story was scarier this time. Thanks for choosing. Hey, no problem, Brad Pitbull. That story always gets me, man. The only second time I've ever seen an actual ghost was at this Robin's brother in Glendale, California. Um, I was walking there one night, and the old lady was just right there, looking scared, just outside the door of Robinson's brother, where they sell rings. I thought that was a trip. I like, holy shit! I didn't think I could see ghosts again. But to 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 pues ya te digo, stress actually I believe stress definitely played a role in that one. Cause I was stressed that night, and that's when I saw that old lady ghost. Pain to the chalupa gods. Do you think you were floating as you were running? I think I was. I think I was for the most part because I saw my brother's legs move. I saw him like he was running. I saw mine like they were running. I do believe we were out up in the air. That's why we couldn't get a grip. Whatever that thing was just I don't know. It was probably using his powers to lift me and him. Can you tell a story of pleasing a female? Nah, I can't say that story, man. I'm gonna get in trouble. Or am I? I don't know. Let's see. Were you running like a girl? No, 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 man. I was blasting out, man. I was me and my brothers. We would run a lot because back then we were playing basketball a lot. So we ran a lot. I mean, we were kids, but we still love playing basketball. You just ran last. Ruto. Ah. Well, it is my ninja way. Uh let's see. Risky business says, you have to pray to the God of your tribe, fool. Not the hey man, don't get mad at me, man. I was a kid and we were going to Sunday school church, man. Not the Judea God of the well, that's the thing. I don't even know if the Israelites used the Omega sign because that's the part that tripped me out that I saw the Omega symbol. Actually, no, I take that back. I take let me reverse back because I actually did see the alpha and the omega symbol. I saw both of them. And I believe at that very moment I had to choose a path, which was either going to be alpha or omega. And I ended up choosing omega. Once I chose omega, everything went back to normal. Let's see what case now from when you call Consuela. You know what? That's a good question. I gotta go and check because I don't know. But when I find out, Consuela, I will let you know. Were you running without bending your elbows and knees? No, exactly how you would run regularly. Arms to the side, swinging, trying to run. Nada, nada. Nor did I figure out your age, how much did you not drop your paper. I'm endless though. I'll set up for a selfie before you go to sleep. Hey, that's how rumors get started. Turns out you're not just gassing. No, 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 no. I believe I'm all gassing. I told I told Tony by the time you reach your 70s, I'm still gonna look the same and you're probably gonna look a lot older. That's what I told him. I truly do believe if you stop thinking about time, stop thinking about age, stop thinking about a limit, you're not gonna force your mind or your body to age because it's not part of your 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 limit anymore. If you limit your time here, then you're gonna grow old. Nobody's had plastic surgery on his cheek. Hey, 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 Brad. But speaking of chicloso, uh, what was I gonna say? Mm, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The Diddy thing, the Diddy case. I don't know if you guys saw, but today was the first day for uh for Diddy's court case. And it was crazy because the Jedi hit me up for to do a story, for at least do a story for News with Norbies with for the Diddy case. But today I found out some very interesting news. It turns out that the defense only has from what the Diddy's lawyers are saying, the defense only has a video of Diddy fighting with I guess his ex-girlfriend. But for the most part, they're saying that's all the defense has against P. Diddy. So if that's true, and they have no actual evidence to suggest that he was sex trafficking or he was doing these weird parties, they're really not going to give him any time. They won't be they can't they wouldn't be able to get a guilty verdict for, sex trafficking. And more than likely, if it's true what they said, P. Diddy is probably gonna walk free by the end of the year. Let's see. I know for a fact you're 80s baby. Hey, hey, Carlos. Hey. Norby's on Diddy's jury, not guilty. Hey. Nah, man. That guy, I always knew that dude. That dude was hella shady. I don't know why, but I even said it one time. I said it like maybe 2 years ago on Tony's show that I'm surprised nobody ever looked at Diddy. That guy has so many like strings attached to him that would indicate that he took part in a few deleted artists and deleted management. But for some reason, nobody made that connection until Jamie Foxx called the FBI. Let's see. Can you do a video on Mexican weed contraband influences on our music? I already did do SMX. I already did a video on that because you know everybody in American history knows that the first ethnicity, if you may, or nationality that were smoking cannabis at the time were the Mexicans. They were the first ones that were smoking it here, primarily here in California. So the time the blues, the jazz, by the time that rhythm came to light, a lot of these black groups came to California, met Mexicans. And just like any tribe, everybody's gonna do hit the I don't know if you guys remember that Native Americans, they have this huge long there's like pipe that everybody smokes out of. Do you guys remember what that's called? Anyways, me saying that means that when the blacks saw us here and we were just smoking out because that's what we did back then. They saw us, they said, "Hey, what is that?" And we just told them well what it was. And then they started hitting it. Next thing you know, these guys are popping out with blues, jazz. Next thing you know, these people got rhythm. Peace pipe. There you go. That's the word, peace pipe. So if you look at history, once those black artists came and met these Mexicans, started smoking weed with them, their music changed, their attitude changed, their whole rhythm changed. Mind you, we weren't the ones that wrote it, that performed it, but we impacted, that inspired it, that brought it out of them. All you really got to do is look at the history. Look how far back cannabis plays a role in the music industry, and you're gonna find at the very end of that there are Mexicans. So they can say we weren't a part of it. What you they can say we're not a part of hip hop. We're guessing hip hop, but we can definitely say we were the ones that gave them the inspiration to create all of it. That's not a lie. That's factual. You could see how far back their music went when it came to that sound. The things they give credit to that hip hop gives credit as the foundations of all their music goes all the way back to blues. You see those old videos of them dancing in those places in Louisiana, they're all smoking weed. But where do you guys think they got that weed from? They didn't get it from the English. They didn't get it from the Chinese. They got it from us. They got it from our people. We made their parties better. We made their music better. So we might have not written it or performed it, but we definitely helped bring that out of them. But it's always been like that for us. We've always been the trendsetters. We've always been We've always been the ones that changed the system. I mean, think about it, guys. They all these civil rights movements for the black, it all started in California. We were the foundation. We were the base. Without us, they wouldn't have been able to come up with the court cases to fight these things. We started that here in California because we knew we had rights. And California not wanting us to teach us or let us be part of their educational system, we knew it was against the law. It was against their laws that they wrote. So we fought it and we won. And 5 years later, the black community started opening up cases similar to the ones that we had in California on the East Coast. And that's what led up to the civil rights movement. I mean, people can say I'm bullshitting, but look at the paperwork. Look at the history. It's there. What's his name? One of these guys that became a big judge that was from the black community. He was at those California court cases. And then he was one of the ones that played a major part in civil rights movement. But he was there in California watching these Mexicans fight for their rights and win. You see, that's the thing. Even though they definitely did a lot of the carrying, but without our foundation, they wouldn't have been able to carry anything. Without the fact that we could take the state and the federal to court and win, inspire them to say, well, if they can win, why can't we win? And they did it and they won, and we got the civil rights movement. Norby would ask you, Heina, do you want to try? Hey, easy there, Brad. Easy there. St. Max, well said, Norby. Thank you. You know what? History is very important, especially the ones that don't get talked about. You know, a lot of our histories don't get mentioned, and that's intentional. And I understand why the black community will come out and say, well, what have the Mexicans ever done for us? What have the Browns ever done for us? They haven't done shit. Well, that's because nobody's teaching you that stuff, because they don't want you to know that stuff, because they want you to say those things. What have they done for us? They don't want you to see that we've always been there. We help you guys build on that. We might have lit the fire, but I would definitely say they carried the torch. And that's the one thing that unfortunately doesn't get taught enough. That we lit that fire. That has always been our people's way to light the fire so that we could change. We never liked injustice. All right, let's see. Let's see. Norbies can shapeshift into an Olmec jaguar. But the eagle. You know, I always tell people the Olmecs are still alive. I don't understand why people are mean, man. They could easily go to Oaxaca and find the Olmecs. These people literally look like those stone heads. You see these people, you're like, oh shit, that's them. That is them. That guy has the exact same face as that stone head. That lady has the exact same face. It's a trip. They're called the Mijes, Mixe. If you look up in YouTube and find their videos of their towns and look at their faces, exactly like the Olmec heads. Let's see. Norby's has PTSD from BLM. Mendes versus Westminster. That's right, SMX. It's a very important case. I think it was 4 or 5 years before any civil rights movement ever started, before any court cases on the East Coast started. Risky Business says it started in El Paso with gasoline baths. Wait, Risky Business, elaborate on that. Nameless Mexican natives lost their lands to smarter humans, right or wrong. That's a good question. Mexicans native lost their lands to smarter humans, right or wrong? Well, you got to understand one thing about the natives here. They were a very young society. They they were knowledgeable. They learned the history of the ones that came before them, but they didn't understand how the world works. They didn't understand how the world is. The people that were here before the Mexica, before the Cherokees, before the Navajo, the people that were here before them weren't here anymore. Those people were annihilated by what? You could probably find that in some ancient books of how that happened. There's a very massive violent war that wiped out that tribe. Not completely, but definitely lowered their numbers. You guys got to remember when the Mexicas say that they found these pyramids. They didn't build them. There was another tribe before that ruled these lands, but almost got wiped out. So it's not that they got outsmarted by smarter individuals. It's just that they haven't been here long enough to understand how that side of the world is. And the ones that should have been here to prevent that couldn't be here. So the Europeans took advantage of that and took these lands. They did take them. But the thing about the natives here, the people of this land is that, you know, again, they were still just growing. They were new to this reality. They might have been in the caves for like some a few centuries before they came out, and they were just learning about it. And they really couldn't understand that they needed to fight for their land, that these people were trying to take it from them. Because mind you, that for them, these all that technology that they found in these pyramids, they didn't understand what it was for. They didn't understand what these things, how these things worked, how they got built. They found it. Just like the Europeans found these lands, these tribes found these pyramids, these lands. They had to travel south to find these places that their ancestors told them about. Their weapons were very basic at the time, whereas the Europeans already had rifles. They already were able to harness gunpowder. They were already able to harness biological weapons in the form of measles, flu, diseases, and they were able to use that to their advantage. As far as, if you have a sick village and you got the medicine, well, of course they're gonna praise you and owe you. Brad Pippen says Norby gets his history lesson from ancient aliens. Maybe I do. Risky Business says the Europeans were supposed to stay east of the Appalachian Mountains, but they crossed that border. You know what? Risky Business, I blame Sacagawea for that one. I don't know what the hell Sacagawea was thinking, helping those two idiots come across to the lands they weren't supposed to. So much of the landscape. I don't think she was even real. I think they just made her up the way they made up the Virgin Mary. I'm sorry if anybody feels insulted about the Virgen de Guadalupe, but I think they made up Sacagawea. I don't think she was real. Norby, please read what the comments have a lot to say about. Regulator. All right. Nameless says natives were killing each other and taking over other tribes. How is it different than the Europeans? Well, Nameless, again, Mexico is a very big land. The Mexica did, as far as I know, the Mexicas were the ones causing a lot of the wars. but at the same time uniting the tribes that were within the local area. That's why they ended up becoming a nation of mixed tribes. But for the most part, you could see that the other tribes, they all tend to stay in their place. That nobody wanted to go farther than their lands. Why the Mexica took it upon themselves to do that, I don't know. I do know that they were told to go down there. I do know that they were told that that's where they would find prosperity. That is their land. That is their home. Who told them? That's the bigger question. Who told them that? Because I'm not gonna lie, Arizona to Mexico City is a long, long walk. Let's see. Norby fought for women's rights. Norby carpools with his wife. I wish I had a wife. His wife boyfriend. Right there. Isn't man? Thurgood Marshall was black lawyer later Supreme. There you go. Thurgood Marshall. I said, Max, thank you for saying that. Thurgood Marshall was known to be at those court cases in California. Regular 23 says the Pink Devil blocked me because I told him he's a LOPA. I'll talk. Oh, you're true, right about that. I know one of his homies. They told me they just use him. He pays for everything, but that he's not about that. Yeah, that's what I figured too. I heard Queen Elizabeth stole no special black mirror. Damn. He has no hyena. He claims he has a supermodel at home. Yeah, right. Nah, that bro, you know what he has? He has his family and he has his sisters with his nephews because that seems what he only talks about as far as his personal life. Yeah, right. Like LOL, but stays in his warehouse all day, right? Brad Pitbull said hi. He thinks he can act like that because he pays to kick it. Facts. Yeah, that's facts. Normies would like to call you. Probably I want to expose that pink chavala. That okay. Well, we'll set something. Send me something in the DM on Instagram. It's Nobi underscore lightning. Hit the like button. Thank you. Hit the like button or get deported to El Salvador. Yo. Brad Pitt, it's funny that you would bring back up El Salvador because I s- I saw this video clip of this one Trumper, Latino Trumper. I did do air quotes, even though you guys couldn't see it. And he was getting mad that Democrats were trying to deport him. I thought it was crazy because they were trying to deport him because on the for the reasons that Trump wanted to deport gang members because they had gang tattoos and they looked like gang members. So this guy looked like a gang member, and I thought it was crazy. Like the only reason why these Democrats can report you is because you fit the description that Trump put out there for them. I mean, you can't get mad at them for using the same thing that the guy you're supporting, created. That's just taking advantage of what somebody did. They saw that Trump made that rule, and they're using it against him. I mean, what can you say? That's just funny. That's how you troll somebody. That's just how you troll somebody. Can't get mad for getting trolled. Nobody's gonna be live streaming from Bukele's mansion next week. I don't know, bro. Bukele's in big trouble right now. I don't know if you guys saw I don't know. Okay, a few outlets are saying that a shipment of bananas, I believe, from El Salvador. Now, again, I'm not too sure if it was bananas, but I know it's a shipment of goods that got sent out from El Salvador that got stopped, and I believe it might have got stopped in the Panama Canal, where they found a bunch of snowflakes in the cargo. And the icing on this cake is that the company that sent out these goods is a company that supposedly Bukele has a connection to it. So it's interesting. I'm not too sure how that story ended, but it's gonna be interesting. Let's see, Norby. I would like to. Let's see. His homie told me all kinds of stuff about that character. Let's see. That pink child gets in his feelings. I told him I'm gonna knock his door no violence just to say hi. At this point, these guys they you can't knock on the door anymore because they got people making watching it now. But aside from that, guys, we did a lot considering I've been on for an hour and 24 minutes. I want to give you a big thanks to all of you guys that came through. The guy and Carlos for the super chats. Thank you for making me sing two songs. That actually felt good. Aside from that, I mean, if anybody's got any more questions, I think I'm gonna leave you guys at that. Again, let me give a shout out to Brad Pitbull, Regulator 23, SMX, Antonio Robles, Nameless, Risky Business, Cutlass Supreme, Consuela, Carlos. Oh, I think I said to Carlos. Thanks, man, Carlos. Not sure who else. I think Michael Rosa was here. ACP Chemistry. Thank you. Also, let's see. Ghetto Vallero, SGV. Thank you. Much love to all of you guys. I appreciate all of you guys that came through. When are you having Spencer Baca as a guest? That was a good question. Is Drake going to back gunplay? I have no idea. That's a good question. I came back. What I missed, Pita. Let's see. What did you miss? We talked about Mexican influence on black music and how Mexicans inspired the civil rights movement. Because again, we never get the credit we deserve. But the thing about our people is that we don't care about getting credit. We just care about making a change. You don't have to give us credit, but we would appreciate the support in creating change that will help us in a system that was definitely built to go against us. I know a lot of people say, well, no, it's not the system that's been made to go against you. You guys are just lazy and you guys don't want to get educated. Shit like that. Red People says, Norby tells everyone he is an influencer. You know what, Brett? It's funny. I met a friend. Uh, I met a friend last week. I want to say Thursday, and she's really dope. And I she really hates. I think she hates influencers. And I was talking to her about like what's going on, and we were just talking, having a good conversation. Shit, Jada's in the house. Uh, anyways, I was just messing with her because I'm very busy with all these projects that I'm trying to work on. And then I told her, but you know what? The one I'm really most interested in doing is becoming an influencer. she she got mad. I don't know. She didn't get mad, but she was definitely like annoyed. Yeah, that one really. And I knew it was gonna annoy her. I knew she had a thing about people that call themselves influencers, and I do too. I would never ever try to be some sort of influencer because I know a few of them, and I'm good on that. Let's see. Jetta says Spencer wants too much money for an appearance. We're saving enough, up. Oh, so maybe soon. Hey, that's right, Jedi. Peter says you're right, Norris. Thank you. I appreciate that. Pues ya te digo, does she have a Michael Myers tattoo? Who? My friend? The girl? No, 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 no. I mean, she probably does have a tattoo, but I haven't seen it. Joe says Norby swallows hot dogs whole. I couldn't. I couldn't. I would die. I would choke on it and die. I will tell you that much. Ah, man, I shouldn't be saying that word. I would self delete if that happens. Norby's, when can we set up a call? Well, hit me up in the DM on Instagram so I would know when. You know what I mean? You know what? I'm not gonna lie, regulator. I know a lot about this guy already. A lot. I could have made like 20 videos about this guy already. But like you said, regulator, this guy pays. and from the people that approach me, he pays pretty well. So Jose says Norby. That's right. Norby uses a pack of Dodger dogs as a. Come on, Brad. Come on, Brad. Why you gotta do? Nah, Brad. That's Norby's uses a pack of Dodger dogs as armor. Come on, you're killing me with this. Spencer Baca rules. All right, guys. You know what? Do you guys have a topic that you guys want to talk about? Because honestly, you know what, the thing I was doing tonight was originally editing some pictures that I took today, because I don't know if I told you guys, but I do take pictures. It's my thing. I'm a camera guy through and through. I've always said, this whole YouTube thing is cool, but my first love in all this is being behind that camera and showing you folks people and people's stories, because I think a lot of people's stories are important to share, you know, and I want to be able to be part of that process. Oh, look at that, Lintonero. This is the guy that this is one of what's his name? The Mark's fan. Everybody say hi to Lintonero. This is the this is the biggest cheerleader I've seen anybody have. So shout out to him, because I never seen anybody, gaslight a guy, or cheer a guy on as much as Lintonero. This guy is a hardcore cheerleader. So shout out to you, Lintonero. I mean, I couldn't do the things you do, man. You not to any man. I'll tell you that much. I couldn't be up somebody's butthole as much as you. So shout out to you for being that guy. Uh that picture you posted on your community of that chick. Uh did I post a girl are you talking about the YouTube community post or the Instagram? Taco Bell chicken nuggets are bad. ZZ, have you tried them? I did. I didn't like them. I didn't like them. I don't know why they want to go outside the Lux box, but I'm not a fan of the chicken nuggets, but this is that's just the name of the game. Everybody's got to try something new to, sell. I didn't think that they needed to do that, but you know, they wanted to try. Tintonero sucks balls firme. SMX. Nameless. Badass. Pida, your Norby questions for you. What kind of research would you like for me or any one of us to do for you to provide to you? P Dog, you know what? Well, as far as what, it's like Costco Dino Nuggets go hard in the plant and the paint. You know what, P Dog? I've had the Costco Dino Nuggets. They are good. I enjoy them. I buy them. They're easy to make and they taste good. Some ketchup. You got yourself a nice meal. But for the most part, which girl with the tattoo were you guys talking about? I gotta figure that one out. Aside from that, guys, I mean, what kind of research would I want you guys to do? I mean, that's a good question. What kind of research would I want you guys to do? Go as far back as history as you guys can. Like, the one thing about our culture is that we get so stuck up with Mexico. But you guys got to remember, before Mexico was New Spain, and before New Spain, it was our land. We were living peacefully. The young tribes were thriving. Sure, some of them were at odds with each other, but it is expected from young tribes to see who would be the ones that would be in control, because at the end of the day, a group of people need a system of control, like a governing system, not control, because control is a little bit more hard, but a system of government. And these guys were just working that out until the Spanish came, and But we all know what happened. Breaking news: BZ is what? Izzy Cheetah dress fool. Cheetah dress fool. Sing a lullaby, Norbies. What kind of lullaby would you want me to sing? I haven't not sang a lullaby in ever. Now, do any of you guys even know the title of a lullaby? Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't know one off the top of my head. I don't know one of them. Wait, it is is Old McDonald's a lullaby? Do you guys know? Sepa Vive. TC the G. Hey, shout out to TC the G. You guys, if you guys do me a favor, follow her page. She has her own podcast also where she talks to a lot of people. And as far as I know, she's from Baja California, so she is our plug for the culture in Baja California. And honestly, guys, we need as much connection to the people in Mexico, the people in Central America, and the people in South America. Let's see. Beauty, I had the top comment clowning you on your whack video. Then you deleted the entire comment section. Vida, I think you sent me screenshots of that. If I recall, Tijuana, there you go. Every group of people worship the sun, even Christians, but still spell it sun. Damn, that part. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, the sun, yeah, I mean, who's not going to be able to admit, without the sun, we're screwed. We have no life on this planet. And mind you, this is the fifth sun, or maybe even the sixth sun, because the last time that the stories of the sun was spoken was the last one was the fifth sun in Mexica history. But I do believe maybe another sun came through, and that's the part that we're in now. TC, did people really wear red, make Tijuana great again hats? Did they? Was there a make Tijuana great again hat? TC, if you can let us know. I'm gonna be going live with her on the Thursday, so stay tuned for that. That's gonna be good. We're gonna talk about a few topics that should be interesting. You know, this whole podcast thing is it's always been guys talking with guys, and it's rare that we would have you know s- a female version perspective to things, because we always get the guy's perspective. And you know I always say there's a lot for us to learn from the female perspective. That's what I believe anyways. Let's see. Chris from AZ was cracking, just tapping in, just here, shooting the shit, talking with you guys. Uh Ed's manifesto said that once. What did his manifesto say? Let's see. You posted on your community about an event where Kiki Smooth performed, and there was a picture of a chick with Michael. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what? I never got her name. I took her picture, but I never got her name, which sucks because I couldn't tag her on Instagram. She was a baddie. I'll tell you that much. That girl was a baddie. Uh, yeah, I don't know her name. She got some huge freaking jugs, though. I mean, you guys can see the picture on my community post if you guys don't believe me. But shout out to her because she was doing her thing though. Aside from her looks, she was doing her thing. She's a tattoo artist, and I'm happy that I was able to take her picture with a lot of other cool people that were there. You know, this is why I like going to these events, that I get to meet a lot of people. And I get to take pictures of them, and I get to show it to people. so they can see all these cool people that I meet. That's why I like being a photographer because it gets you into places. As soon as security sees the camera, they just go on through. For the most part, I do enjoy that fact that I do that. You know, but again, I'm not going there just so I could get in. I do that because I enjoy taking pictures of people. You know, it's it it's something that I always enjoyed doing as a kid. Just either filming people or taking pictures of them. So for me, it's always enjoyable when I could go to these events that our people put on. These are our people, our community that put on these events. So it's always great when I get to go and meet people, that admire. Like Kiki Smooth, that guy's an amazing rapper, man, and I think he's gonna come out. He's gonna drop an album this year. It's gonna be good. Let's see. Let's see. TC the G says, "Thanks for the shout out, Norby. Super sweet of you." Hey, and of course, we gotta support our peoples. That's my thing. Support as many of our people, especially the ones that who are pushing I don't want to say positive message, but putting more of a growing message, where we talk about how to improve our lives, how to be better. You know, not tearing each other down. Because I mean, as you guys can tell, that was one of the subjects of these guys' topic is to tear me down. I haven't said anything about either of them in like months, but that's the thing, man. When it's been months and they still bring up your name, you made a very powerful impact on their lives. Let's see. Yeah, pues ya te digo, you posted on your. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Pues ya te digo, did Olmecs do offerings to a dragon? That's the thing about the offering stuff. I mean, you could say Quetzalcoatl was the serpent dragon. I mean, if you look at ancient history, all of them, all of them agree there were dragons here. There were dragons until, if you guys in pieces of the Bible, it's even in the Bible. There were dragons up until the day that the angels came. Once the angels came, they started deleting each dragon one by one. Why did they delete them? Because mind you, they don't give you any background on dragons. They just tell you that these angels had to take them down, regardless. Christopher Macy, Norris, when are you going to get down with some indigenous info? You seem like you have a lot of knowledge. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what? I do, for a person that came from a tribe that deleted all of their records. Somehow, some way, they leave breadcrumbs for us throughout history. And I don't ask me how I can find these breadcrumbs, but it really just takes you to look at how things happen. I mean, even in the Bible, you could find our history. Even in certain ancient books, you could find our history. Even in Greek mythology, you could find our history. It's there, but you gotta find the breadcrumbs. And I definitely do want to do that. Jetta says, shout out to Kiki Smooth, definitely. Risky Business, you still gonna make that podcast yourself? I think he has been, right? Risky Business, I think you're still. I don't know. You haven't been doing your your episodes in the truck, so I'm watching. I'm watching. You know, it's good stuff. Let's see. Pues ya te digo, we're the Knights of Templar Devil Worshippers. I mean, devil worshippers, angel worshippers. I mean, at the end of the day, when you look at the Bible's history, the devils are angels. And if you look at the book of Enoch, the the creatures that spawned demons were the children of angels. So at the end of the day, when you're either one you're worshiping, you're still worshiping the same one. It's funny how it always ends up like in a red and blue, Democrat and Republican. They're both the same thing. It's just one got painted darker and one got painted lighter, but they're the same entity. Norby, how much longer you think? Well, not too long, bro. Because I mean, I think I remember hearing that he was complaining that several people don't want to show up to his show anymore. They don't want to get interviewed. It's a bad look, and I totally get it. You know, I mean, what are you gonna do? You know nothing. He knows nothing about the music industry. And look, mind you, I've been around a lot of pioneers, a lot of legends. I've had conversations with them, talks with them about back then, and even with the music stuff. But I can tell you right now, I don't know shit. And that guy only knows probably like people from the IE rappers from San Gabriel Valley. I mean, nobody that has actually made it big. I mean, the only one that he's had that probably has made it big is probably Capone. And that guy's a one trick, a one, what was that word? One, one trick pony. I think that's what it's called, a one trick pony. That's all he is. But again, I know and met more people than that guy has in the music industry. And I can tell you right now, I don't know shit because there's so much information from different artists, different producers, different people that made platinum albums, people that make gold albums, people that actually sold, physical copies, people that were on MTV back in the day. And they given me so much, they blessed me with so much knowledge, so many gems. And in my mind, it's like, man, I wish I was into music because I could have used all these things. Because these guys are not greedy. They'll tell you how they did all these things. They tell you the process. And it's incredible, honestly. So shout out Tony for making that happen for me. Let me know if you need anything. All right, definitely Jedi. And let's see, NB's the event coordinator. Hmm. Let me okay, risky business. Pues ya te digo, I was watching a documentary on Omic today. Dope, dope. That's good, man. That's good. You know, there's they call him a pseudo archaeologist only because they don't want to promote his stuff, even though a lot of it makes sense. His name is Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock is his name, and he did heavy research on the omics, and he said at the end of his research, where he couldn't go any further, it took him to Oaxaca. It took him, and he said this in the Joe Rogan show. At the end of his journey on researching the omics and finding out the truth, it ended up and it ended up making him go to Oaxaca. But when he got to Oaxaca, he couldn't pick up anything. He found a dead end and he couldn't find a way to continue his research. So I thought that was crazy. Let's see, NWA Town Hall. It was your idea. Wait, what? I was watching Pink ended his life to watchers. Let's see. Risky Business says NWA Town Hall. It was your idea. NWA Town Hall. You know what? Yeah, for the most part, you're right. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I don't know if you remember that I was pushing for a lot of you guys, that you guys, the audience, come here and talk with me and have a conversation with me, because for me this platform was, it was really more for us, for regular folk. I'm a regular folk. I could be part of all of this, but even though I admire a lot of these, so I guess you would call them celebrities, you know, influencers. I know their story. I know, and I know who they are. But I always say, everyone, everyone has a story. I don't care if you're not famous. I don't care if you are famous. Everyone has a story. And I did like I do. We did do quite a few times where we had different people on here, and I want to do that again because you know all these YouTubers. They have a thing. If you're a nobody, I'm not gonna put you on here. You got to be a somebody. You got to have a following. You got to have something. Otherwise, I can't have you on this thing. I'm not like that. I truly believe all of you guys have a story. All of you guys have something interesting in your life. Nobody has a boring life. You might think it's boring because you're not seeing it, but for the most part, how are you gonna know? You can't step outside of your life and see everything you've gone through and realize, fuck, I survived. I'm here. I'm still here. I'm still doing it. I don't know how. I mean, I got enough reasons to not be doing it, but I'm still here. And that's the part that I'm interested in about you guys. That you guys are still here. You guys are still doing it. Your story is just as important as the next man or woman. Chris from AZ says, Norby's, when I start a podcast, you down to do an interview? Yes, of course. Start your podcast. I'm interested to know what's going on in Arizona. I've been to Arizona twice. Beautiful place. Hot as hell, but beautiful place. P Dog, the days of P Dog, where's bomb mixture? Hey, what happened to anti grifter? The Knights Templar birthed the Freemasons. They did, for the most part. I mean, they still use the flag. Let's see. Tell a bedtime story. Regular said, Carlos, I got you. Once upon a time, there lived a crazy, super down, scary chola. My favorite. Positivity means no views and no money. Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say. They say, I don't care about the views. I don't care about the money. But they don't have regular ass people in there. They don't have the regular Juans. You got to have some sort of like background that you either got to own a business or you gotta work for somebody. You know, for me, everybody's important. Everybody has a story. When people say this is the best country, I agree. I travel the states, but the politics are trash. Jay, it's not the best country. It's not the best country. And I'll tell you why it's not the best country. Our education sucks. Our healthcare sucks. Our gas prices suck. Our real estate sucks. Insurance sucks. You go to any other country in the world, and it's better than ours. Education is higher, stress is lower, violence is lower. The only countries where violence is high is any country that we had a hand in destabilizing that country. Aside from that, everybody, I mean, sure, you could say India and Pakistan are at it right now, but that those countries, I don't know too much of their politics there. I know India has a nuke, so I'm pretty sure Pakistan is definitely. walking on eggshells as far as fighting India, because the last thing you need is a nuke coming down on you. We've seen what happens when that happens, and it's horrible. It's horrible when that occurs. But for the most part, yeah. Let's see. B, I know you're here on here. You need the new homies. LOL. When people say this is okay, well, I mean this country as in the land. They mean the country as in its politics. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. You know what? Yes, you're right. P Dog says I may start a TikTok when work them into videos essay, but I need to learn editing. Yeah, use CapCut. P Dog, if you want to do that, use CapCut. CapCut is an amazing program to use so you could edit. I mean, they made it very simple, so simple that some professional editors they just use CapCut because hey, the workload is a lot easier on them and they can edit a lot faster. I mean, that's why they do that. They use CapCut. So if you're gonna start doing that, download CapCut, get comfortable with it, and start recording yourself. I mean, anytime that you guys can spread information, facts, thoughts, ideas, you know, that's always going to help all of us out in the long run. Anytime you're trying to start fights, start to make people look bad, I mean, that really just works against all of us. It never made sense why people are like that. I mean, I definitely think that's a European ideals. If you look at European history, I mean, it's always about who can you make look bad and take over their kingdom. Scandal. I mean, look at the Romans. That's all they love, the scandal. I mean, look at Roman history. I mean, this is the most disgusting history, you know, I've ever researched. I mean, the English were bad, but the Romans, my God, the Romans. Let's see. Recipients, I mean, the country as you know what? This is the greatest land as far as, the land. I tell people like the land, the paradise that they describe in the Bible where Adam and Eve were, I think they were really describing this land because this is the one land where it's abundant in fruits, vegetables, herbs, even mushrooms. I mean, this land grows medicine for everything. When you go to Europe, I mean, they don't have a whole lot. They don't got a whole lot. Sure, they grow some grapes. Sure, they grow potatoes. Maybe some basil. Maybe some wheat. But for the most part, when you think about it, anything that was good that came out of there came from different parts of the world. It didn't come from there. Look at the English. I mean, look at the food that they used to eat. You would say, "Wow, that's nasty." Even the Spaniards, I mean, the best thing they had was probably meat and some cheeses and a loaf of bread. That's about it. I mean, mind you, there is good. It's good meats. You know, get drink it with some wine. I think there's a word for that type of dish. I forget what it was though. All right, Pete. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Let's see. P Dog editing is just like cut and paste in a text message, just instead of words, it's a video clip. Exactly. Chris from Arizona says, Norby's corn game from the indigenous. In the Bible, it says God gave it to the chosen Hebrew Israelites. And and it's interesting that you say that because corn is originally from these lands. So this is why I say, you know, I truly do believe when they describe these lands, when they describe the land in the Bible, they're describing these lands because corn came from here. I know there's some story out there that supposedly again that Africa also grew corn, but there are there are archives or there are books that say that the corn from Africa is originally from these lands, not from there. It is not native to Africa, it's native to here. We have the original plant here. The indigenous, you know what? All right, guys. If you guys want, I'll give you this story about indigenous being the chosen people. And this all ties into the Bible because the way it got set up is that in the Bible, there were already humans. Before Adam and Eve, there were already people. There were us. We were here in these lands. Before those lands were populated by the creations that are there now, we were here. We were the children of God, as the book would say. We are the children of God. And when God created us, he had these watchers. He created these watchers to look over us from the higher realm, watch over us, make sure we grow right. But you guys really got to think about it when they say we are the children of God. The children eventually become the parent. So that being said, we're on this land, and this is just my thoughts, my the way I see it. We are here to become to be in essence to become a God. Because when God has children, like any other parent that has children, they want those children to take over. And then somewhere along the way, these watchers that have been watching us through the eons, watching us graduate to godlyhood, decided, you know what? I'm tired of watching these children of God. Me and my brothers have been here for eons watching them. Why do they get to become gods? Why do they get to become more? Why do we have to keep watching them? Why can't we become gods? Why can't we be part of that process? Why did God create us to just watch over his children? And then what happened? The angels broke the rules. They came down to earth. They taught the other humans how to create metal, how to use iron. They used the other people, the other races to use their magic. They taught them equivalent exchange to use their magic. To use their magic, they had to sacrifice something. They taught them magic. They taught them how to use metal. They showed them how to create military strategies. They taught them everything they needed to conquer a land and delete as many as they can. Now, There was one thing that was stopping these angels from completely taking over, which were the dragons, which was the beings like Quetzalcoatl that protected us from them. Again, this is all just for entertainment purposes. If it's real or not, who knows? So now you have an angel that already prepared their humans to conquer these lands. But now they have dragons that they had to get rid of because those dragons will eat their humans up and keep them from conquering these lands. At that same time, they had already created their children, the giants. The giants were created. And with those giants came the demons because giants, according to the book, weren't able to procreate. Somehow, some way through their angel side, they were able to manifest demons. So the children of angels were the ones that manifested demons on this plane. So the angels were ready to go against the children of God. They had their military ready, they had their giants ready, they had their demons ready. The one thing about their demons is that they couldn't possess the children of God. They could possess the children of angels, and they could possess their humans. So the war happened on these lands. And I tell you why it happened in these lands, and it even happened in Africa. For the fact that there are deserts there. There shouldn't be any deserts. But you have enough explosive, impacts, you're gonna create a desert. So the war happened. The angels started taking out the dragons. The giants started fighting the humans. And the children of God fought a good fight. But at the end of the day, as you can see, they couldn't win against the angels. They couldn't win against the giants. They just had more power and they had, I guess you would say, more of a killing intent. So they say in the Bible that it was God that flooded the earth to punish the humans for misbehaving and going against God. But I don't think that's how it went. I think the children of God were powerful enough to create this flood that would not only wipe them out, but wipe out these giants and these angels. Now, this is where I get the story of what happened to the angels. If you guys are familiar with the story of Zeus, about how he locked away the what do you they're not called giants in their stories. They're called something else. Chad, if you know what they were called, those they weren't called giants, but they were definitely big gods for them. And it took Zeus his power to lock them all up. Titans. There you go. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. It took Zeus's power to lock away the Titans. Isn't it funny in the Bible? It says that that God locked away these angels in Tartarus. It literally says Tartarus, the same Tartarus that's in Greek mythology. Isn't that funny that in the Bible it actually says Tartarus? I thought that that was a trip, but at the end of the day, when you think about it, they have the same story. And Lightning is very important. And I'll tell you why, because I'll tell you what, in my tribe, we only had one God. In my tribe, we only had one God. And we did call him the lightning god. And it's funny because in Hebrew mythology, they call God um, Yahweh, but in their mythology, they explain that Yahweh, before he became God, he was actually a lightning god. Before he became the main god, he was a lightning god. It's funny how it all ties in, where this lightning god was the one that locked away these titans or angels. And it's funny that Noah, who in some books is known to be a giant, built a giant boat. Now, they say that that boat carried a bunch of animals, right? Two of every animal. He built that boat because he knew the flood was coming, because God told him the flood was coming. Now, who's to say it was actually God that told him? Who would say it was? It wasn't their his angel parents that told him, "Hey, build that boat because you got to save all your brethren because there's a big flood that's coming." And somehow, some way, this flood came, completely wiped out the civilizations that were on these lands. Not all of them. A lot of them did survive, but at the same time, a lot of giants had to go into caves because a lot of them got caught up in the flood. Noah was able to save several of the giants, where that ship ended up in Europe. Noah saved the giants. That's why they're still here. They're in Europe. They built a huge boat because if you look at the story of Noah, he had help from angels. It's crazy. Why would they need there's no sign that Europe or even the the Middle Eastern areas was flooded. But there's plenty of proof on this side of the world that a lot of a lot of dirt covered a lot of our places. Still covering a lot of our places. The flood did happen here. And a few thousand years later, when everybody recovered, when the new tribes were able to come out of the caves and rebuild, restart, the other side of the world was already getting ready because their ancestors taught them, gave them gave them knowledge that they weren't supposed to have, to give them the ability to create weapons, to delete, made them bloodthirsty. That's why they have no problem doing all this genocide. Risky Business says, is there proof of such flood? Yes, there is. There's another geologist that his thing is pretty much proving that the flood happened by studying the mountains and studying how much water covered them at one point. For him, he said that there was a large flood and the waters did recede, but he has no doubt in his mind that a huge flood happened on this side of the world. This is one of the reasons why nobody knows who built these pyramids. because of that very reason, because a lot that those tribes were almost completely wiped out. Tied the flood into the Epic of Gilgamesh is an interesting story because that is a story of how a youngling became a god himself. Gilgamesh, I don't even think he was immortal, but he became immortal. That's an interesting story too. The Epic of Gilgamesh. Uh, it would be kind of difficult to tie that one together. Is there? Let's see. Christopher Arizona. The tallest mountain in my town is Arizona. Have seashells on it. The flood did happen, and thank you. And those are pieces of that puzzle where you you know mainstream geologists would say no, it's because these lands were underwater and they went up. That's why they have seashells. It's not because they went up, it's because there was a flood. It's the same reason why you have whale bones in Egypt, because the whole thing got flooded. Everything got this whole lands were covered in water. Of course, seashells were going to cover it. And the question is, how did, because that's the interesting part. In the Bible, it says God punished the humans for misbehaving. But when you really look at it, it wasn't it wasn't the children of God that were misbehaving. It was the creations of God, these angels that decided to break God's rules and come down, have kids with the women here that they weren't supposed to, teaching humans how to harness iron to make weapons, teaching humans how to use magic, teaching them how to sacrifice. HCP says we all had bow and arrows. It's true. Chris from Arizona, bow and arrows can only go so far though. Where we had bow and arrows, but they already learned how to harness gunpowder and have rifles. Chichimecas were crazy with bow and arrows. We built the pyramids, but we lost technology because of resets. Um, and that's the part. It wasn't because there was a reset. It was because the first children of God, I want to say, were the ones that somehow, some way, and whatever power that God had bestowed on them, were able to come together and create this huge flood that would wipe out these beings that were not supposed to be here. The Younger Dryas. Ah, that part, yeah. Did it flood or were their waters leveled originally higher? You see, that's what they want us to tell you, that it was higher. But that's the crazy part because, they also say that inside the earth has oceans of water, but it just stays there. I mean, when you really think about it, unless these lands decide to collapse into it, which for that to happen, I mean, it would take incredible force for it to just say, you know what, I'm just going to collapse inside the earth and then just let the whole earth get covered in water. Thankfully, that hasn't happened. Let's see. ACP chemistry says sometimes mountains move as planets move, but also water levels depend on the ice caps, and the highest water level means Antarctica melted. That's the crazy part, man. With Antarctica, it's like that guy I told you, Graham Hancock. He points out that there were maps. There were maps of Antarctica before anybody even knew it existed. There were maps of Antarctica that showed greenery. There was no ice in Antarctica. So it's a trip when you think, okay, if there wasn't any ice and somehow, some way, somebody was able to make a map of it, Like who was here before? They're making connections that uh aside from the Olmecs, there's another big heads in the world. I don't know if you guys do you guys know the name? Man, the name always slips my mind of these other giant heads. Uh, what are they called? They're in these islands. Do you guys know the name? These big giant heads they're in these islands. What is that island called? This thing starts with an E or something like that. Uh, I want to say the Samoans are there, or the not the Samoans, but the other guys. Hold on. Easter Island, something like that. Yeah, Easter Island. Yeah, okay, Easter Island. Easter Island. There's a new. Now I don't know if this story is true, but what is true is that they found out some years back that they're not just heads; they actually have bodies, and they actually have writings on these bodies. And from what I hear, I saw this video. I'm not too sure if it's true or not, but apparently they found Egyptian hieroglyphics on the body. There you go, Chris from Arizona. Yes, they are full bodies. And the interesting part is that they say they found Egyptian hieroglyphs on them. If that's the case, that's good. That really makes it more interesting because now you have a connection with the Egyptians, like all the way from Egypt to Easter Island. It's crazy. Now I don't know if you guys what's the word, marvelous? Oh, just talking about some stone heads. So where was I? Okay, so we have these connections between Easter Island heads and Egypt in the form of hieroglyphs. Now, I said this before. DNA research has shown that people from those islands somehow, some way, have native blood from these lands. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how tribes that are so far away from these lands share common DNA. Marvelous. Egypt is Grand Canyon. What's up, Chris? So now that there's research proving that people from Easter Island have native DNA, it makes you wonder at one point in time in history did people from these lands travel there? Or vice versa? When did they travel here? Because it seems like our DNA was scattered throughout the world. I told a panel on TikTok that even in Hinduism has a connection to uh to the ruins here. Well, not here, but in Mexico. In Hinduism, in the beginning of Hinduism, their religion, they talk about how their gods came out of a cave. Chris Burns, I know Norby's because we are the chosen ones. That's right. So in Hinduism, there's the beginning of their religion speaks about how a lot of their gods came out of caves. And here it's the same story. The tribes came out of caves. Yes, we were. Chris, we were. Oh, we are. We are. So that being said, that we came they came their for them, their gods and their I guess deities came out of caves. Now this is where I connect what you would consider Mexica history of creation to their history, because there's a story of the five sons. You know, it's a really good story. You know, actually, you know what? Maybe I could play that for you guys because I don't know. Tell me, guys, have you guys heard the story of the five sons? It's a very good story. It's a very important story, actually. Everyone should know the story of the five sons. All right, let's see. Man. All right, let's see. Yes, okay, risky business. You do know about the five sons. Great. Jedi says nope. What's the five sons? Okay. Poison one says the Egyptian and the Aztec Mayans, they're all worship fallen angels. Well, this is a thing I tell people. When you look at the Egyptian gods, all of those gods are representatives of animals from this side of the world. Look at all of their those heads. They were all from this side of the world. Those every single one of those animals are from here. Anubis is not a jackal. Anubis is a shoulder squinkle. Sorry, Nari, my phone died. This is Chris from Arizona. Oh, okay. We're on the fifth sun. You know what, Jay? I don't even know we're on the fifth sun because a lot happened between the fifth sun and now. So, hey, my, what's your opinion? He raised Relegria, Cinco Souls. All right, guys. I'm gonna play a little. I'm gonna play the story of the five sons. If you guys can bear with me, it's a really cool story. I'll put it up so you guys can hear it. Now, I tell you why the story of the five sons is important. It's important because, for one, my great great grandmother told this story to my dad. And mind you, my pueblo is way up in the mountains of Oaxaca. No, nothing Spanish was there, but yet they knew this story that a lot of Mexicans didn't find out till afterwards, or only the certain tribes that were still talking about this story. This program was deep of the Valley of Mexico. I like the music. The first people, the Valley of Mexico, saw a comet as an omen, a warning from the old fire spirit. Pay attention, to praise, to sacrifice, and to work together. During the times of the creation, the Tezcatlipocas, the four natural forces of the universe, gave of themselves to provide all that was needed for life and to set an example for human action. This is their story, painted by hand in the style of the native Mexican people, the 16th century. Well, that was just the introduction. That don't pay attention to the introduction. The story is about to begin. In the beginning, it is told. In the beginning, it is said.
That in Omeyocan, the place of duality, place both female and male, dark and light, near and far, harmonious and violent, Huatlique, mother of creation, and Teo, giver of life, give birth to the four forces of the universe, the four Escatipotas.
There's one thing that like that. I think Marvelous brings it up sometimes about the north, the south, the east, the west. And in a sense, the four entities that these two gods create, would be representation of the north, south, east, and west.
The yellow Escatipoca is the first to be born. He is born in the east, the region of light, where the sun is born. Black Escatipoca is born in the south, the region of the thorns. Only he is called Escatipoca, smoking mirror, keeper of memory, and lord of darkness. The red Escatipoca is born in the west. He is called Quetzalcoatl, keeper of intelligence, precious servant, spirit of the wind. The west is the resting place for women who die giving birth and warriors who die in battle. The white Escatipoca is born in the north, land of the dead. He is called Mictlantecutli, Lord of Death. It is a land continual renewal. 600 years pass. And before this Escatipocas, givers of light choose Quetzalcoatl, Lord of the Dark. They choose Escatipoca, Lord of Night, to create universal order. Time, space, earth, wind, fire, water, humanity.
What's interesting about that is the way they designed it in hieroglyphs. It looks exactly like the pyramids. And the interesting part is about that, and again connected to India and Hinduism, is that in Hinduism they have a very big belief in vibrations, frequency. And when you look at the shapes of their vibrations, it is the exact same shape of the pyramids. If you would see how the magnetic field works on these pyramids, matches their vibrations of what would be known as harmony for them.
Nakatikuti, and Tunakasipat, our Lord and Lady, give us our flesh, are watching the creation, watching the work of Escatipoca and Quetzal. Their first task must be to create a world. They each want their own way, their own power. They are as different as day and night. It's not easy. Escatipoca has become the first sun. The people look like giants, big giants, eating acorns. Quetzalcoatl has already knocked his brother into the darkness. Someday they will see him in the stars.
And see that story is important for the fact that giants were created, but giants, they just weren't it. They were big, dumb. They just didn't work.
Backwards are eating the first people. If only their bones remain. It is Quetzalcoatl's turn to create the second creation he has chosen. Shall shoot Lique, spirit of the waters, to rule. You see that? It has rained so hard and long that people have turned into fish. This year is 1 house, and a day is for water. It has rained for 52 years.
I see that part. You could take that part as the way they created the oceans, the way fishes were created.
Ah, it's Tezcatlipoca's turn again. He has chosen Clara, spirit of the rain, to rule. Are eating seeds like corn. They are turned into dirt. Their turn dark. The smoke.
This part right here is very interesting because for as much as everyone knows that their name is the name of this animal in English is turkey, and a lot of people think because it's turkey, it comes from Turkey, Europe. But no, the original turkey came from here. It wasn't called turkey either. It had its own name, but for the most part, because they couldn't come up, they nobody that was trading in the world at that time was able to pinpoint exactly where this creature came from. It either came from India or it came from Europe, and somehow, some way, they just ended up with the name Turkey. But it was actually from here, from these lands originally.
There, Quetzalcoatl is sending a rain of fire, gravel, and slivers of red wind to destroy the work of his brother, Tezcatlipoca. The third creation is gone. It was called for rain. Quetzalcoatl, spirit of the wind, will create the fourth land named For Wind. Puka comes once more as a jaguar to destroy the work of the wind spirit. The houses, the trees, everything is blown away by the wind. Even the sun is blown away. People are turned into monkeys. Nothing is left.
All right, and because of that part right there, and that's the part I was talking about, where the connection with the Hinduism and this part of the world. And because in Hinduism, there was there is what they would call Vanada, are their that is their name for I think it's Vanada. Anyway, that was their name for monkey people because these creatures that were human like but monkeys came to their lands. As you guys can see, there were no monkey people here in this part of the world anymore. They went somewhere, and oddly enough, they somehow, some way, they came out of a cave and ended up in India and built some sort of bridge over there and became part of their religion. So that's where a lot of the things in ancient history of this world ties into the rest of the world because the gods here created these monkey people, and then those monkey peoples left. They disappeared. Where did they go? India, apparently. Apparently, they showed up in India. Apparently, they came out of a cave somewhere in India. which is a trip. Let's see. There we go. I'm not too sure about what black cube they worship, Elysia. I don't think that's. I think that's the Muslims that I think you're talking about the black cube. All the animals in the Bibles are here in this land. Yes. Uh, let's see. Jeddah said Tezcatlipoca commanded his jaguars to eat all the people in the first sun. Yes. Bigfoot. Hindus have a lot of similarities with us. Yes, they do. Jay says the that's the Mexica story of creation. To others, indigenous in Mexico have different stories. For the most part, Jay, I want to say that story is probably the closest one to what had happened back then. I want to say that story, and I say that because, like I said, my my tribe was in those mountains hundreds of years before the Spanish came, and they knew this story. This was part of their history. Norris, get my number, marvelous. Chingadera says you're ghost talking. Is that what it is? What's up, La Jess? It's me, Chris. Norris, when are you doing a pod with Sunny? I've been on there like twice now. I technically been there to like help set up some things for him because I saw that he got a new computer and I asked him, hey, if he needed any help setting it up. So I was able to go there and set up the OBS for him, and he looks great. I gotta say, I'm very happy that he's comfortable with that program because I'm not gonna lie, OBS it's a it's not a difficult program, but you definitely have to pay attention to everything that's moving on there. Lysia P says Norby's get my number from Marv. Okay, I will do that. We can't see you. Oh yeah, Jess. Yeah, sorry about Jess. Uh, I'm not set up today to like do a video one. That's why I'm like this. But tomorrow I'll be going live with Marvelous on his channel. And we're gonna do our thing. Third son, Tlaloc unleashed a rain of fire upon the earth, completely destroying it and leaving nothing but ashes in the wake causes. He was heartbroken. Yeah. That's what happened. The third son, and I'm pretty sure the third son. That's where they made the humans at that time into monkeys. But again, guys, there's so much connection to us and the rest of the world. Our DNA is in the Polynesian islands. They don't know how that happened. Some people want to say that the Polynesians, because they're so good at sailing, they came over here and you know, I don't know, got with females here, or the guys got with their females. I don't know. But and hear me out on this. There's a very good possibility that we went to those islands. We went there, we met them, we had babies with them. Then we just maneuvered that way. We had the ability to move, to navigate through these oceans at that time. Alicia, if you Norby's remember, I'm Chris Arizona. Marv knows who I am. Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. But for the most part, that I want to share those. I think you only heard three of the sons. Now, if you want to hear the rest, just go to YouTube and just type in the Five Sons: A Sacred History of Mexico. I definitely recommend everybody listen to it, study it, analyze it, see what you can find in there that you can see throughout human history. Because I'll tell you one thing, you really listen to it, you can see a lot of the things that they say do have a connection with the rest of the world history. We traveled everywhere. It's hard being brown and beautiful. Yes. That's why I always tell people the Egyptians were us. The Egyptians were us. It's funny how Even in Egyptian history, they say that the original people that built those pyramids left Egypt. They disappeared. And again, I go back to the story that I said about the beginning with the children of God and against the angels. It's almost like we were all over the world, and when that happened, when that, I guess you could call it a war, when that war happened, everybody had to come back. Everybody had to come back for this huge battle that was about to take place, and that we didn't win the war. I mean, we probably won the battles, but we definitely lost that war. But our ancestors, obviously didn't leave us empty-handed. They left all these huge structures for us. They left all these you would call cookie crumbs throughout history in different parts of the world. And that's the thing. You got to look at the history from different parts of the world because our ancestors left breadcrumbs for us. Find those breadcrumbs because they're there. They're there throughout human history. They just hit it so well that only somebody that's really looking for it can see it. The Hopi prophecies are crazy. As yet to do our mushrooms also teachers. You know what? In my tribe, those mushrooms are for insight. Insight. Some people use them for recreational purposes, but originally it was really for insight. Not only for insight, but correction. And it's been proven by scientists that something in it, a chemical in there, somehow, some way realigns your brain. Like, let's say somebody that's been through a traumatic event or maybe even addiction. Somebody that's been through that, their brain has already been affected. It's been manipulated. It's been changed. What you would do with those shrooms is that you would take it not just for the purpose of finding insight in yourself, but also for realigning your brain to, in a way, fix itself. Because, like I said, this land has cures for diseases, for viruses, things that provide proteins, enzymes, things that help the body to improve the body, actually, and to heal it. And those mushrooms are literally made to fix our brains, fix our, yeah, because our brains are very important because connected to our eyesight, is connected to our hearing. Anybody, ask anybody that's taken it, they'll tell you that for a brief moment, their eyesight has improved, their hearing has improved, even their smell has improved. Because I don't know, I can't delve too much into the scientific part of it, but it does provide some sort of boost to your senses. Let's see. Jay says, after many years of research, my conclusion is figure out who your ancestors are and go by the story of creation. If you're a Hebrew or a Jew, then your story is the Bible one. I mean, for the most part, yeah, you're right. Everyone should find out their background, their tribes, where they came from. You know, finding out where you originally came from, it's key to your health also. Because, some people can't eat corn because they don't have the enzymes in their gut to break it down. like indigenous people that are from mostly southern Mexico, that are more the majority of Mexico, even North. Actually, you know what, the rest of North America, they have been able to develop these enzymes to break down corn. It doesn't get stuck in their gut, like some people, because they don't have the enzymes. They haven't developed them. They haven't been eating enough of them throughout their generations to develop those enzymes. We have. This is why we can eat corn. This is why it doesn't affect us. It doesn't hurt us. Arizona says Norby's, I can prove we're in Egypt. I want to hear that. I definitely want to hear that because Marvelous definitely also is on that same page. Fourth son, the fourth son, humans became fish in order to survive because the Scatlipoca called Chalchuat. I'm totally murdering these names. Fake. And she was so crushed by these words that she cried blood for 52 years and flooded and killed everyone. Yeah, yeah, that's it. At least Arizona says they say mushroom can even heal, but in moderation. Yes, I definitely believe so. Archaeologists diss Graham Hancock because he talks about ayahuasca. Yeah, they do. They do. And ayahuasca is crazy, bro, because, and again, this goes back to enzymes, where ayahuasca comes in two parts. The 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 plant, two different plants, I believe. And the trick to this is that if you eat the the part that creates that that I don't know what you would call it, but it gets you into that zone. If you take that part alone, nothing happens. Literally nothing happens because our stomachs have an enzyme that cancels that out. Now remember, this is the Amazon, folks. There's thousands, if not 10,000s or hundreds of thousands of different plants in this jungle. Okay? That's a lot of plants. Somehow, some way, this tribe found the one plant out of all these thousands of plants, the one plant that would actually disable that enzyme. It blows my mind thinking about it. It disables that enzyme that cancels out the ayahuasca effect. So once you ingest this plant and it shuts down these enzymes somehow, some way, it turns them off, and then you consume the other part. That's when you go on that journey. When did they find this out? How did they find out these? How they were able to figure out that these two plants need to work together to create an effect? It blows my mind. It's crazy. How that jungle has hundreds of thousands of plants. How do you find the two plants that can create this effect? How long did it take you? It's wild, guys. It's wild. Let's see. Jetta says, let's see, my bloodline comes from the Chichimecas. All right. Heck yeah. Fifth son, Jedi says the fifth son sacrifice is coming to keep the sun from turning black and the world will be shattered by a catastrophic earthquake. And to see neatly will slay Huitzlopochtli and all of humanity. Sorry if I'm brutalizing these names. Arizona says they figured out that the ayahuasca effect during the ice age. And that's a trip, bro. That is a trip. I watched it in the Fingerprints of the Gods. Oh yeah, that's Graham Hancock's thing right there. Yeah, I got the audiobook for that one. That's an interesting one right there. I like Graham Hancock because I mean I think it for him, it all really just started here. that's a trip that he would figure that out. So again, I'm always shocked. I'm always shocked about all these things, how they figure all these stuff out, you know? But there's so much in history, you know, so much stuff that we don't understand. And well, you know what? I mean, the answers are there, man. We just have to be able to accept them also, you know? Let's see. I'm back. Oh, what's up, ACP? Thank you for coming back. Graham Hancock debunks these people and their theories. Yeah, I'm glad he does that because that's a very important part. Let's see. Mari Chavez wrote to me, says, "Hey, no, Roberto, I hope you're doing good and thriving in life. I just wanted to reach out and invite you to come to see my play, Almost Maine, and the Thyme Arts. It's a beautiful collection of shorts, connected stories about love, relationship, and personal growth, all set in a small town. The show runs in shows for one weekend only from May 14th to May 18th. I'd really love to see you there." All right, guys. Yeah, I guess I gotta put that on. Let's see, May 14th. Do I have anything on May 14th? Oh, wait, isn't that wait, May 14th? Wait, what day are we on today? I gotta really update my calendar. May 14th. That's oh shit, that's this Sunday. March 14 to 16. All right. Well, look like Marie Chavez invited me. Do you believe science? Let's see. Jay says, do you believe in science mythology? I always say in mythology, in any mythology, folklore, there's gotta be some piece of some piece of reality. There's got to be one little piece that's actually that is actually real. I mean, everybody likes a good story, and I wouldn't put it past them to exaggerate it either. But in every story, there's some truth when it comes to mythology and to science. Like I said, the story of the Greek mythology, a lot of it is connected to the Bible, and a lot of the Bible stuff is connected to the history of this side of the world. Things that actually happen, things that can be proven. Science, science is real. Science is real for the fact that you can prove it. You can test it and you can prove it. That's why it's real, because you can prove these some of these theories. And mind you, they're theories. They're a theory is a guess. It's not a fact, but you can prove it through research. So that being said, yeah, I do believe in science to an extent, though, to an extent, because again, like what's his that one Japanese scientist said, what was his name, Chikaku something. He said if you could explain it to a kindergarten and it makes sense, then that's as real as it gets. It's when it gets too complicated, that's when you have to go back and do it again. It's got to be so simple that you can that a child can understand it. If you can't explain it to where a child can understand it, that means it's too complicated, and that means there's too many factors, and that means it's not done yet. Facts and theories are different. Yes, you're right. Where facts is a reality, theories is a guess. Point is that you want to prove that your theory is correct and make it into a fact. Jetta says, I could believe Aztecs specifically understood the precision of the equinox since they could build a staircase to show a snake on a specific equinox. Yeah, that part in itself, it's incredible that they were doing that. But like I said, the Aztecs did not build those pyramids. They found them. They found them there and they took over them because the original inhabitants were unfortunately reduced to a very small population. But breadcrumbs. Somebody told the Aztecs where to go. Somebody left breadcrumbs for them to follow, and they found it. But that's not the only breadcrumb they left. There's a ton of breadcrumbs they left for us. We just have to be open minded enough to see them because they're there. They're all throughout human history, through all these mythologies, through all these Bibles. It's there. The stories are there. Guys, if you haven't followed Mary Chavez, she's on Instagram. She's a young Chicana actress, and she's give her a follow on Instagram. She's really dope. Let's see, computer science or IT for info system. I mean, IT. That means you're trying to fix computers. Computer science, and that's a whole nother game. Info system. Are you talking about like a network system? Let's see, ACP chemistry. All computers are on and off switches. I mean, for the most part, yeah. Was that the deal? It's crazy how vibrations can came from complex geometry shapes, or vice versa, or vice versa. These shapes come from these vibrations. Rasa needs to learn chemistry and physics. Yes, they do. Chemistry is important because, but you know what? And that's the important thing that we need to take into account here. HCB, that we do understand chemistry for the part that we have medicines that we make from herbs that we've done, our ancestors have done the research to help us navigate through these herbs that we can smash up and make it into a medicine for us. For the most part, we our I think our chemistry is meant more for healing. Where mainstream chemistry is a form of, and let me get your opinion on this, ACP. Mainstream chemistry is aimed more towards destruction, more towards explosion, more towards burning. When I think about mainstream chemistry, I mean, there's always fire, there's always explosiveness, there's always a way to force the science in a way. Physics is important because, you know, you could do a lot of things. You could build things, you could become an engineer, you could create things with mathematical equations to build something that would seem impossible, but if the numbers are right, then you can do it. Gonzalez 95 says, just visited the pyramids in Oaxaca, Montalban, such a sight to see. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. For my tribe, I appreciate that because those were Those were our last pyramids that we abandoned. We abandoned those pyramids. I want to say from what I gather and from what the when the Mixtecs of Oaxaca said to the Spaniards, we abandoned those pyramids hundreds of years ago. We emptied it out. We just left it there. The Mixtecs they moved in. When the Spanish came to ransack those pyramids, all they could find were the Mixtecs. And I'm pretty sure at gunpoint asked the Mixtecs, "Hey, where the hell is everything at? We just ransacked these pyramids and we found nothing but gold, jade, and all these other stuff. Where's the stuff here?" And that's when the mystics explained to them, "Well, this isn't ours. We actually just, you know, found it abandoned. It actually belongs to another tribe that left it. So we moved in." That's when, the Spanish asked the Mixtecos, "Okay, well, where's this tribe that you're talking about?" And they pretty much told them, "Well, that tribe is way up in those mountains over there." And that's what caused the Spaniards to go up those mountains to try and find us. They did find us for the most part. The mystics were able to guide them towards us. Uh, the bad part is that somehow, some way, we already expected them to come, and we completely annihilated them. Mind you, though, with the help of the Mijes, the Mijes, who I refer to as the actual Olmecs, were there also helping us, and we managed to push away and drive away the Spaniards. And like I told on another podcast, that there is an actual letter from Hernan Cortez letting the King of Spain know that he conquered Mexico, except for these lands, for these two tribes that were unconquerable, known as the Zapotecs and the Mijes. And he made the decision to leave them alone, considering the fact that they had already taken over the majority of Mexico or those lands. I don't even know what they refer to those lands actually, because it wasn't named Mexico first. It was named New Spain. Let's see. Gonzalez 95 says, "Just visit." Okay. Jedi said, "The Five Sons story could be their myth of the precession of the equinox." Yeah, it definitely could be. That's one good way of seeing it. And that's the beautiful part about it, that they created these stories to coincide with certain things. Let's see. Jedi said, "I think about robots made from the cells when I think of modern chemistry." I think about robots made from cells when I think of modern chemistry. That's interesting. ACP Chemistry says, "I think you don't comprehend chemistry. You mix exothermic reaction with biology." Well, that's what I'm talking about. What you just said right there. You mix exothermic and let me look this up before I say it. I don't think there's a word for it. You see, okay, the thermic effect of, I don't know. I don't know if this is the same thing, but in a sense, kind of where I'm going with it. Thermic is like in the way, in the amount of energy it takes for your body to digest and absorb. I don't know if it's the same thing, but thermic, or what? Maybe I'm looking for it. No. Okay, well, you see, did you say that word? Exo. Okay, you said the term exo refers to the release and thermic refers to heat. And that's exactly what I said, ACP chemistry, that when I think of mainstream chemistry, I think of explosion, I think of heat, I think of destruction. I think the end result for mainstream chemistry is to create things that can destroy creation. there is endothermic. All right, let's look that up for the audience. Endothermic. Let's see. When a chemical reaction happens, energy is transferred to or from the surroundings. When energy is transferred to the surroundings, this is called an exothermic reaction and usually feels hot. When energy is taken in from the surrounding, this is called an endothermic reaction and usually feels cold. Hmm, there you go. Okay, so Jedi says so more. Let's see. Hold on. Sorry. A Jedi says so more so turning lead into gold by blasting three protons out of it. Ah ha ha ha. The calm down, alchemist Jedi. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Let's see. HTP chemistry says the way I look at chemistry is thinking about the small and physics thinking of the big, but the real answer is physics is a study of movement of energy, and chemistry is a study of matter. Ah, okay. Jedi says so more so dark oxygen type science. Hmm, interesting. HTP chemistry, there is endothermic and exothermic reaction. Jedi says, okay, so what's separating hydrogen and oxygen via seawater electrolysis, endo or exo? Damn, Jedi. Yeah, that might be a question for HCP right there. Risky Business says chemistry will be the end of civilization. Interesting. Elaborate on that, Jay, please. All right, let's see. HCP says I endothermic is electrolysis because the water molecules is taking energy from the environment. Pues ya te digo, says thoughts on God instructed Moses to make a bronze snake and mount it on a pole. Oh, that is interesting. I actually got to look into that. Jedi says that makes sense. Isaiah Chavez says, make it make sense. I endothermic is electrolysis because the water molecules is taking energy from the environment. You know what always trips me out about all of that is that where does it all come from? Where does all of it come from? Where does matter come from? You know, how is it that the matter that creates us comes from? How is it that from a fetus becomes a full grown adult? Where does all that matter come from? I mean, yeah, you could say that we eat the food, but where in all of that does the food create the matter? Where is the matter coming from? I mean, when you look at bones that are growing, where are those? Are those cells coming from? Is one cell giving birth to another cell? It trips me out. I mean, trees. Look at trees. How does a small seed convert all these minerals with the power of the sun to create more of its cells to become a gigantic tree? Where's all this material coming from? Do you guys know? I mean, yeah, you could say that the cells just reproduce itself, but where's that cell getting the material to reproduce itself? You see, ACP, you say matter is formed because of energy and light. Okay, you have energy, then you have light. Now, when you say light, are you trying to say like a photosynthesis type of light? And then the energy to reproduce that matter. Yeah, I get it. It pulls heat from the environment. ACP says you confuse biology, chemistry, and physics. No, 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 no. I mean, I know the difference between chemistry, physics, and biology, but yes, I definitely jumped into biology speaking about, materials like that. But it blows my mind because you have rocks. Oh, you're talking about E equals MC squared. All right, Albert Einstein. I'm talking about like rocks that literally grow itself. You have rocks, some rocks in different parts of the world where it just grows. I mean, you could explain a human growing, you could explain a plant growing. How do you explain a rock growing? Where is it getting its energy from? Where is it getting its light from for it to grow itself? It's crazy. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but there are rocks out there that literally grow themselves. How does that happen? Crazy. Y'all are under nerding me, out nerding me. JA, man, I am just as lost because I get the chemistry part, and like I told ACP, I think we've always been studying chemistry, just not the same chemistry. Like I said, look at like ayahuasca. That in itself is a form of chemistry. Would you agree or disagree, ACP chemistry? Matter, release light, and what rocks? I'll tell you right now. They're called trovants. Trovants are spherical and slightly irregular shaped rocks. They can be as small and smaller than an inch or a couple of millimeters in diameter and weight only a few grams, or they can soar up to 15 feet high and weigh several tons. I think these are the ones that supposedly they grow. there's a there's quite a few theories on that one. Mateo Francisco, what's up, man? Thank you for coming through tonight. We're in the science part of tonight's live. If you care to join. Let's see. Jedi says the sea wasn't constant in the beginning of the universe, though. Huh? Matter release light in rocks. ACP chemistry solve for M. Matter. Okay. Denver Dirt Bike Squad says rocks come from lava. Yeah, for the most part, yeah, that definitely comes from lava. Mateo Francisco says Norbis, what's up, man? It's because what? Jedi says light moves faster in the beginning of the universe. Spell it out in the chat. You know what? I actually have not even typed in here. Uh, can I even type in here? Uh, what the frescoes? Okay, well, apparently I don't have a text box on this thing, so that's whack. Okay, so I can't, but it's spelled Trovants. And apparently there's some stones in Romania that apparently grow and move. Trovants. Trovants. Let's see. Uh, ACP says my phone was gonna die and I just got my other phone. Okay, you're back in business. Risky says our ancestor manipulated the energy field. Interesting. ACP, everything was made in the beginning, and math is just our best way to describe the universe. Hmm. For the most part, in a sense, yeah, math would be a way to explain this universe. ACP chemistry also says, "What's the name of the rock?" Okay, there you go. Yeah, Trovats. That's exactly how you spell it. Jedi says the C in E equals MC square. Means constant, as in the speed of light is constant. Ah. So Jedi, are you trying to say that that equation only refers to the speed of light, or I think ACP was using more to describe how matter is created by light. Are both of you right? Hmm. Jay says if you don't look at something, is it in its resting state, or is it the same object? You see, Jay, you're being philosophical on that one right there. And I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if it's in its resting state or so, that's interesting. ACP chemistry. I was looking at the rocks, and I think just because scientists don't know how to explain something, it doesn't mean it's not chemistry and physics. Well, no, I wasn't saying it's not those things. I was just saying, like, where do these things where does the material come from? That's where I was going with. I was thinking, like, where is this material coming from? Because I know it's gonna take energy, and I'm not too sure on the light, but as you suggested, light to create matter, you know. And then the part is, how does it know how much matter to produce? When does it tell itself to stop? Does it even stop? No trees are the same. There's no clones. All these trees grow differently. It's crazy because, I mean, really, it doesn't make sense that trees grow differently. Like, what's the purpose of a tree being different from the other tree? Why is that allowed? I mean, you would think it would probably just be restricted to all of them be the same. Why do you have some trees that grow fruit and some that don't? It's blows my mind. Uh, Risky Business says, "Isn't everything vibrating?" Yes, of course. Everything vibrates. I truly do believe. I mean, we vibrate. Just the fact that our heart beats creates a vibration within our body. Just the fact that our blood flows creates a vibration. Everything within us is a vibration. We are a vibe, as they say. That goes for everything that's living, I suppose. Uh, let's see. ACP Chemistry says the rocks. I think there might be a secret between those rocks and how the pyramids were built. Well, I'll tell you one thing about the pyramids being built. ACP Chemistry, and this goes back to one of those ancient stories. One of those ancient stories that nobody talks about because nobody knows about it. Because if you were there, then you would know. And somehow, some way, I like to believe that my ancestors were there when that happened. And I say this with a story that my great 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 grandmother told my dad, that a long time ago on this existence, there was a time when there was so much lightning happening in this world, so much electricity in the air, that it I wouldn't say destabilize matter, but in essence, in the story, from what she made it seem, it kind of made it seem like the the atomic structure of things were the connections were so weak that you would literally be able to mold rocks in the shape that you wanted, because of the electricity in the air. It it didn't keep solid objects solid, meaning that you could shape rocks. And this was one way how the ancestors back then were able to build shape rocks because of the energy that was in the atmosphere on the land that kept rocks from being solid. It was so weak, the connection, that you could shape it by hand. If that makes any sense to you. HCP, let me know if that makes sense to you. Raza needs to start our own open public science department. I mean, we do, except it's in Spanish, and it's south of here. They definitely have those. They don't get a lot of airtime because, well, they speak Spanish and they're south of the border from here. ACP, matter only transform from one form to another. Interesting. Jedi, what about when matter disappears and reappears? Elaborate on that, please. ACP Chemistry says, well, ask yourself, why are all the hydrogens the same? Trees are biological. Yes, trees are biological. And hydrogens are the same. Well, yeah, for the most part, I mean, are they the same though? Because I'm pretty sure there's different forms of hydrogen. Isn't there different forms of hydrogen? I mean, it's not just one hydrogen. I think there's different forms of it. Let me know if I'm right or wrong on that one. Denver says, what if gravity was lighter back then, like the moon? Well, again, that goes back to that ancient story I just said, that, there was so much electrical energy in the atmosphere that I would say destabilized atoms where they couldn't keep it together in a sense. Ya, pues te digo, was gravity different back then? Uh, gravity is an interesting topic in itself because, I mean, as far as I know, the theories on gravity is that the Earth creates a pool that in the center of it, like let's say the theory of it being round, and the inner core creates this gravity through magnetism. And I mean, I can see that because when you think about it, I mean, I'm not too sure as how much iron we have in ourselves, but we do have iron, and I could see why a magnetic pull would keep us on Earth and not flying out into space, or the the what's it called? The fuck. I'm getting pretty tired, guys. Our biodome. Uh let's see. ACP chemistry says, let's recreate the technology, not theorize it. Well, that's what I'm saying. A lot of things happened back then that we don't know. And I think for good reason we shouldn't know. And like, I don't think our mission is to recreate it. I think our mission is to create it, not 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 try to mimic their technology, because I truly do believe our ancestors believe we didn't have to copy them. We will eventually come up with it on our own. We will eventually find the answers within ourselves. It is in us. We don't have to recreate it. We can just create. I want to continue my Rasa learning chemistry and physics so I can present my theory to everyone. I might ask all the content creators if they want to pitch in and help. Yeah, you should, bro. Ask them. Gravity is an acceleration. What causes it? Up for debate. Yeah, that part right there. I mean, it's really difficult to narrow it down, but gravity is one of those mysteries. I mean, what defies it? We obviously can't fly, but you have creatures that can defy it in a sense and soar into the skies, mind you. But they developed a sensory that can detect thermal funnels of air, pockets of hot air that with their wings they can jump onto these things and go higher. It trips me out. Let's see, ACP's chemistry. The technology is written on the pyramids, I think. You know what? I don't think so. I think I think in the past there was a clean sweep. Erase everything. Do not let them know how to recreate this technology. Do not let them copy it. Do not let them have it. Complete wipe down. Give them something other than that. Destroy every single piece of evidence of how we created all these things. They cannot have it because they will eventually destroy this existence. And Chris, I'm talking about the whites because they would destroy this beautiful, beautiful reality that we live in. But what do you guys think? Let's see. Jedi says conservation of energy can apparently be broken for every short time scales, very short. ACP chemistry says we have the numbers for Earth's gravity 9.8 meters per second squared. That's interesting. Jay says so is time counting down or did it start from zero? Please elaborate more on that. HCP says, Norbert, you can't even read our ancestors' writing. How can you prove what you say? Well, like I said, and even in modern science, if you could explain it to a kindergarten and they can understand it, then for the most part, you got it 100% right because even a child can understand it. If our ancestors made these hieroglyphs so complicated that we can't understand it, even as a child, then that means they either intentionally did it that way so that we wouldn't understand it, or they themselves didn't understand it enough. Jedi says subatomic particles pop in and out. Subatomic particles pop in and out of existence. Virtual particles can turn into photons, matter, under right conditions. Interesting. Pues ya te digo, says, I think Billy Carson has the answer. ACP chemistry. Risky. If you ask me, time is a concept used by humans and comprehended to comprehend the universe. Equilibrium reaction can go either way from products to reactants. Norbert, there is no way there is anything too complicated in the universe for me to understand. There is, wait, there is no way there is anything too complicated in the universe for me. Well, no, I'm saying that the way a theory or a fact is explained. Like like I said, if you could explain your theory or your fact to a child and they can understand it, I mean, you got it 100% right to the fact that it's easily explainable and understandable. If it takes a ton of equations and a ton of examples for you to explain your theory or your fact, then that means it's not perfect and you're not finished. If that makes sense. Hmm. Jay says if time is counting down, then it makes sense. The ancestors were more intelligent. Yeah. If one person is standing still and another running past them and they look at the same time, time is perceived differently from the one. You know what? That theory was that one theory that this one guy said in his podcast with that one scientist guy, that Neil deGrasse guy, right? Because I think that's what you mean as far as time being different for everybody. That what I perceive and you perceive are in two different times. Well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, if I'm not standing next to you and I tell you, hey, look at that, I had already seen it. So I'm already ahead as far as the time of seeing it. So when you hear me and you turn to see it, I was already ahead as far as time, whereas this person is behind. So none of us live in the same time frame as the other. Risky counting down from what? What? Time is position and orientation of matter and energy. ACP chemistry speed equals distance, time equals speed, distance. And you guys are out nerding me too. Shit, now I know how Jay feels. Jay, you care to put your 2 cents in that? Let's see. Means ICP says means divide Norbert. Read is correct. Norbert's falling asleep. No, I'm not. I am not falling asleep. Uh ACP says Jedi Norbert put a fire. Hey, easy there. Jedi Norbert left the building like Elvis. No, I'm here. I asked Jay to put his 2 cents. And he says, I'm just saying whatever. Pues ya te digo, Norbert needs a Red Bull. Eh, You're not kidding on that one. So 11:49. I did not think I was gonna go this far, this long with you guys, but you know what? It makes me very happy that we talked about. I mean, mind you, the title was well, I'm not gonna lie, the title was definitely clickbaity, but at the end of the day, I'm very happy that we talked about a lot about our history, our culture, science, you know, and that's as much crap as I want to talk about other people and that I can, you know. These kinds of conversations that I have with you guys are probably 100 times more important than talking about people that their thing is just talking shit about other people. Talking with you guys about these things is it's a domino effect where I talk with you guys about this, you guys talk to me about what you guys s- know, your knowledge, you pass your knowledge to me, and I pass my thoughts onto you, and then you go out. We go outside into the world and spread it out more. The domino effect. We we're here together and we talk about things like this, and then we go outside of this and then talk to others. We spread it. We spread it because it needs to be spread. It needs to be talked about. We need to elevate our our frequencies, our energy, our ideas, our thoughts. I mean, when you look at all these podcasts, all they want to talk about is, you know, politics and who sucks in music and who can fake it till they make it. Things that honestly serve no purpose in our community and in our culture. You know, the times when we had the most impact in our culture was during the Chicano movement. I mean, we made strides. We changed this country through those movements. Even before the Chicano movement, we changed things, and that's why I like these conversations that I have with you guys. You know, let's see. Jedi says they're both looking at the same thing at the same time. Ah, are they though? Not really. Because if one saw it first before the other, then technically, like one that saw it first is already ahead. Denver Dirtbag says I had to put on my thinking glasses today. That's what's up. That you know what, like that's what I like to hear. Put on thinking glasses. Think about these things. Yeah, it's crazy how we get so distracted from things that we truly should look into, like how all this thing is. How is it that all these things are happening? While we get distracted by things that really don't matter, shouldn't matter to us. Let's see. Denver says the drama is entertaining, though. You know what? And I get it. I get it. For as far as entertainment, I get that part. But sometimes, because when you look at our history and you see when we did have huge impacts on this world, you ask yourself, well, what the hell happened? What the hell happened? Like where did where did we had a grip on where things were going, and then it just stopped. We lost it. Like where did we lose it at? Whose fault is it? Is it our fault? Or did somebody made that happen? You know. It's always a trip, guys. There was a time when we were creating something amazing, something powerful. And then we just stopped. I tell you where we did stop. We stopped when a lot of our leaders that did get political power went federal. Once they went federal, it was a wrap because it became, well, we gotta help the raza. We gotta do it for the culture too. We gotta do it for the country. We gotta make a difference in the country by getting federal power. And in reality, that actually worked against them because they no longer were at a local level where they could help the culture, they could help their people. Now they're in a position where they could only help everyone. They had to help everyone. It wasn't about helping their people anymore. It was about helping the nation. And one could argue that that's the whole point. But there's already people that are helping the nation for their people. What we really needed to do is keep our leaders in local government all the way to the point where we had complete dominance of this state that is California. Had we done that, we would be in a much better position as a people. Let's see. ACP says Jedi. The perspective don't matter because at the at the end the universe will still add up to the instantaneous perspective. We are all slaves to the present. That I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Pues ya te digo says. Sorry if I took long. He says, talk about the Bible next time now that Tony A can tell you it's not a debate, it's conversation. You know what? Yeah, I could definitely do that. I could definitely do that. HCP Chemistry says the first science debate on this channel. Yeah, yeah, I could definitely say that. Yeah, you're right about that. That is a fact. Pues ya te digo, can't. Okay. Jedi, if you move faster, time moves slower. If you move faster, time moves slower. If you move faster, time moves slower. That's interesting because and it's funny because I just saw that movie Interstellar. Now, I don't know how much of the science in Interstellar is correct, but there's a theory about a planet that is so close to a black hole that because of the gravitational pull that is creating, the more time you spend on the planet, the slower time goes inside that planet. But outside the planet, one day is the equivalent of 7 years. So 24 hours in that planet equals to 7 years of Earth time. So I thought that was interesting. Not too sure how much facts is behind it, but yeah. Jedi, Space Travel 101. Jedi, true. Time equals distance divided by speed, time, distance, speed. Jay says, so are the answers in the sky and not in the books? Our answers didn't have books. Actually, they did have books. They did have books. They all got burned up by the church or locked away in the Vatican. What they say, only they know. But I'm pretty sure knowing our ancestors, that probably wasn't the answers. All right, sorry about that, guys. Let's see. Jedi says, so if one person is running and the other is standing still and they look at the same thing at the exact same time, the person running will experience time slower than the person standing still. Wow. Man, that's so. ACP says Jedi, but that's not the complete physics equation. If you want to solve real life problems, because that's only one vector, and to solve physics, you need all vectors. Vectors examples is mass, acceleration, plus direction, also known as force vectors. Are force in a direction. Jedi says the running and the acceleration are vectors mass. Vectors, ACP says vectors are force and the directions they are going. ACP says, I got to start doing more chemistry education tomorrow. Jedi says, the runner has mass and direction, though. ACP says, you cannot go back in time. Wait a minute. Okay. All right. All right. 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 We're delving into time travel now. I don't know how we got to time travel, but we're somehow, some way we made it this far. Jay says, and all y'all scientists believe the Earth is flat under the dome. I mean, Jay and ACP. I asked both of you. Aside from NASA's images and NASA's theory, how else can you prove that the Earth is round? By your own logic, by your own theory that has nothing to do with NASA. Without that information, how can you prove that this planet is completely round? That if we had a powerful digger that will dig through the earth, we will end up on the other side of the planet. Let's see. ACP chemistry says Jedi, the runner is a vector. What if he runs into someone else or wall? You can measure the energy by his weight and how fast he is running. Plus, we know where everything will land because we have direction. Jedi says the internalism, all moment in time exists simultaneously, past, future, and present. The internalism, all moments in time exists. I mean, you're not wrong. Denver says, I think the flat earth theory is a way of thinking to always question everything. Oh, that's good. That's good. I like that. ACB chemistry. I can prove the earth is round because of math. Okay, shoot it. Let us see this equation that proves without a doubt that this earth is a sphere. Now let's see what is let's see. Now here we go. The area of a sphere is equal to the square of the radius of the sphere multiplied by 12.566. 4 times pi or pi times the diameter squared. This number will be in square inches or square millimeters depending of the measurement system used. Let's see. Jay says by looking at the sun and the moon. No. I mean, they are circular in shape, but are they spherical? That's the question. Is it spherical? I mean, for the most part, you could only say you only see one side of the moon. And through the help of NASA, you can say that you could see the dark side of the moon, but that would, like I said, that would be using NASA. Now, without the NASA stuff, how can you prove that that moon or sun is spherical? Because nobody's had that. Nobody without NASA's help has ever seen the other side of that moon. Jedi says, Risky, we're all trying to find the portals to Agartha. Jedi. Ya pues te digo, the earth is flat, then what is the moon really? Denver's the best last. ACP, if we can all agree the moon is round, we can go somewhere. ACP chemistry says 3 pi over 4 is the equation you need to study. Why 3? When the measurement of the radius of a sphere would be 4. Remember, we're proving that it's round, that it's a sphere. How did you get 3? Hmm. Agatha equals reptilian. Jedi. Jedi says mythical utopian city in the Earth core. Yes, 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 yes. What was it? Land of the Lost? Land of the Lost, classic. ACP chemistry. The moon is round because of the phase of the moon. Well, okay, the phase of the moon. Are you talking about, when it's a half moon, when it's well, I already forgot the other names of the moons. Quarter moon. Are you talking about those phases? But because again, like I said, we only see one side of that moon. I mean, think about it, guys. If it was round, if it was round and it's floating up there in the sky, it's gotta, it's gotta turn, right? Right? Because I know in the vacuum of space, as they say, there's no air, there's no movement, everything's just still. And how the hell does that moon move? If it's an empty vacuum in space, nothing is moving. How is it that this thing is moving? What makes it move? Is it Earth's gravitational pull that forces this thing to move? And how is it that it can keep it moving in the same place, same areas? Not only that, but how does it maintain it? Denver Dirtbike Squad says when the Earth is in front of the moon, you get a shadow of a half moon. Risky Business says, how can you prove there is a dome or flat without using the Bible? Well, the dome part is it's a lot easier because I mean you just got to look at every space rocket launch where it doesn't go straight up. It goes in a almost spherical shape when it's heading upwards. And then it doesn't make sense that when it finally hits what you would consider the dome part, it creates these waves that just stay there. Now, if it's just atmosphere, if it's just gases, then they would just move away. But these waves just stay there, like almost like if it was a gel-like substance that keeps that form temporarily, and then puts itself back together. Let's see. Denver Dirtbag Squad says, "How would an eclipse happen if the Earth was flat?" Good question. The other part is how does a perfect eclipse even exist? How does the measurement of the sun, the earth, and the moon become so precise that it perfectly covers it? It's almost like somebody made it. It doesn't make sense. It's hard to believe that it's a natural phenomenon, that it just occurred, that it just happened. Pues ya te digo, says, so a comet did not kill T Rex? No, 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 no. There were no dinosaurs. Remember, well, again, if you want to go by my story, there were no dinosaurs. There were dragons. These big old bones were not dinosaurs. These things were dragons. Do you really believe the T Rex had these little tiny arms? Or do you believe they had these wings like the birds, where their wings are hollow? They're made out of hollow bones that deteriorate way before the bones deteriorate. Let's see. ACP says when you solve in radiant, but you can use the area of a sphere, 4 pi or squared over 3. Okay. Jay says, have you launched a rocket into the dome or seen it on YouTube? I mean, you could see the launches that NASA does, or even the SpaceX does. You know, the president of Mexico once he said this. The former president of Mexico said this story once. He asked the US government because he's interested in telecommunication for Mexico as far as satellites. So he asked the United States, he said, I asked the US government, how do you guys launch your rockets so way up there and put your satellites into space? And they told him, well, we don't put them into space. We just get them high enough to where they can stay in orbit, mind you, with an attached balloon to it, and that's how we keep our satellites up there. He said I was shocked because I thought they put them in space. No, no, apparently they're just in at a certain level of the atmosphere and just stay up there. HCP says explain the difference between a lunar and a solar eclipse. Huh? Let's see. Well, I guess this is NASA's version of it. This tilt is the reason why we have occasional eclipse instead of eclipses every month. These are two types of eclipses, lunar and solar. During a lunar eclipse, Earth's shadow obscures the moon. During a solar eclipse, the moon blocks the sun from view. Hmm. And there you have it. Which again, like I said before, it's crazy how the moon just happens to be the perfect size to cover a sun. It boggles the mind that how was this thing even created? I mean, you guys, in your own thoughts, ideas, your own logic, how does the moon just suddenly have the right amount of mass and shape to cover a sun that's, according to NASA, thousands and thousands of miles away from us? Let's see. Pues ya te digo, says ozone layer equals dome. Well, I mean, one would say that it's a dome. You really can't argue that. I mean, it's a layer, right? Jedi. So Nicolas Cage paid $60 million for nothing, or he bought a dragon. You gotta elaborate on that because I don't know the backstory in that. A full eclipse will not be possible if in the future because these saying that the moon is moving away from Earth about 2 inches a year or some shit. That's what they say. They also say that this landmass that we're in is sinking into the ocean 2 inches every year. Also, everything's sinking or moving away according to them. Pues ya te digo, says, I mean, snake's punishment was to crawl on dust. So maybe the snake in the Bible, the dragon. Well, that's the part. You see, that's my argument with the Mexican flag. You know, uh, that snake it's a representation of our culture as indigenous people, where the serpent would be a representative of Quetzalcoatl. But in that image, it clearly shows that Quetzalcoatl was conquered by this, what most people will believe is a Mexican eagle. But I truly do believe that is actually a Roman eagle, because every new version of it is slowly starts becoming to look like the Roman eagle. Let's see. Jedi says, imagine looking up at the dark sky, no stars, no sun, no moon, just black. Hmm. Oh, well, that is interesting. The interesting part is that we just happen to see the same stars throughout the what's a big word for time? Eons. Eons, I guess. I'll go with eons. Let's see. Jay says I can prove the rotation of the earth by the position of a tree shadow throughout the year. Wouldn't you need the sun to do that though? And wouldn't the sun be a factor in that position? Let's see. HCP chemistry says, well, how can you prove the earth is flat? Well, for the most part, the oceans have not covered the the land. I mean, if I had a I think in science, you have if I had a petri dish, is that what it's called? I'm totally fucking up that word, but a petri dish. If I had a dish and I put some dirt on top of it, and then I put water around it, not a lot, big amount, but not enough to cover the dirt that I just put in there. And if I had it on this dish and I just made it go around, or in this case, use wind to move this water. I mean, it'll move the water, but not to a point where it's gonna force the water to, you know, cover the dirt. Now, if I had a a sphere and I put dirt on top of it and I put water on it, now obviously, if I put water in the sphere, the water is just gonna slide right off. Well, probably due to gravity and probably because it has nothing to hold itself onto this. So the question is, if the world was round, what is keeping all this water in place and not just letting it all drift off into space by force of gravity? Jose says, hoorah. Jedi says, risky. If you use the tree shadow to make a mark on a wall every time the weather changes, you could have started a cult back then. Heck? What? ACP says to science. Jose Bueno. ACP says, how do you explain why bubbles are round? I mean, are they? I mean, you really can't say 100% that all bubbles are round, because I've seen many kids with these square shape objects that make these square looking bubbles. So you can explain to me how those bubbles end up looking square like, you know, I would like to know. ACP Chemistry says we can feel earthquakes, so the earth is moving. We could feel earthquakes when there's an eruption, when there's a volcano erupting. It's an explosion. It's a force of nature. You know, I don't think that proves that has anything to prove that it's round. But let's see. Jedi says he bought a T Rex for 60 mil. What? You know what? You know what's funny about Nicolas Cage? That he is a huge Godzilla fan. I don't know how that happened. I hope someday somebody interviews this guy and asks him how the hell he became a huge Godzilla fan. Jay says it's a Mexican brown eagle, fool. Yeah, I know I know it's supposed to be a brown Mexican eagle. I know this. Everyone knows this, but you go and look at that Roman eagle and the way they put him on the flag, and you're gonna be like, you know what? It kind of does look the same. Let's see. HCP Chemistry says in every city in the Bay Area, there are nuclear clocks measuring the amount the Earth is moving. Government top secret, but I drop people out when I used to. I don't think I was supposed to say that out loud. They're gonna start listening to us. Uh, Jose says, "Nah." Jedi says, "Bubbles are round because of surface tension." Oh, okay, we got a theory. Jay says, y'all get the flat earth theory from the Bible, but first you have to prove the stories in the Bible to be factual. Well, yeah. For the most part, though, I think we have. Some of these stories are factual. ACP Chemistry says bubbles are round because pressure is acting equally. Also, molecules tend to want to group together. Planets work similarly. Do they though? According to NASA, there are a lot of weird planets out there that absolutely make no sense to them, according to their research. I mean, have you guys ever seen those videos where they show you like the different sizes of suns that are out there in this universe? Where our tiny sun is nothing compared to these super gigantic suns in this universe that will swallow up like 100 of our galaxies. How does something that massive and powerful keep itself together? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. How something that huge, so much hydrogen, doesn't collapse in itself. What the hell keeps it together? What the hell keeps it gigantic? Let's see. Pues ya Tigio says, then how did the flood happen? Jedi said, how about the fact that China's dam they built holds so much water that the weight of it on one side of the earth changed the earth's tilt by a small amount? Really? Ooh, you gotta send me a link to that story right there. Pues ya te digo, then how did the flood happen? Jay says the water is a big hole in the earth, not over the land. Ah, ACP Chemistry says the same reason why a puddle of water does not move in a bus if it's going constant 100 miles per hour. Well, again, because they are on a flat surface though. Jose says gravity, aka the power of God, it's God's might that holds everything in place. Well, I mean, there's definitely a place for God there. It's HCP Chemistry says it's all chemistry. Molecules want to bond to other molecules. Hmm. Is that a fact? Hmm. Jose, said you about the ego. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Risky Business says, put water in a bucket, spin it fast, the water won't fly out. Again, the bucket would have a flat surface. Uh, Now, put it in a spherical shape bucket, then I'm pretty sure that water's going to fly out. Pues ya te digo, says, yeah, Earth continents act like a dam that holds water in its place. I mean, you could say that. I mean, you could definitely say that. But it's so interesting how, the things are inside Earth. I mean, you have you have lava, you have oil, or petroleum, you got coal, you got rocks, you got sand, you got dirt. Some theories even suggest that you have huge, humongous diamonds down there. Who knows? Fuck your feelings. The world is flat 100. Hey, shout out, fuck your feelings. Let's see. ACP Country says the shape of the container and the flying bucket won't matter, Norbert. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You know what? I saw this demo in the California Science Center where it shows how waves happen, how waves occur. And I noticed that it has to be on a flat demo. Like the the tank that it's in is flat, where they have to show you how waves work. Now, I think to myself, like, well, I mean that makes sense in the flat surface, but we're not, according to you know popular belief, we are on a round surface. So why doesn't the demonstration show how waves work on a round surface and not on a flat surface? I mean, they could surely build a round surface to prove how waves work on a round Earth. Foggy Feeling says, if the Earth is spinning, how is it we see the same stars in the sky year after year? Good question. ACP Chemistry says, how is the Earth flat if we have mountains? And I'm glad you said that because how do we have mountains? According to geologists, we have mountains because the tectonic plates crash into each other and force these plates to create mountains. Now, one would say, "Oh, okay, well that explains it. Just tectonic plates that just happen to crash into each other and create these massive mountains." But then you have these mountains that are not on the plate that are just straight up. And I'm talking about like the Devil's Peak, where it's just by itself. It's not really a mountain. It's a mount, but it's not really a mountain that you would say was created by tectonic plates. And the Devil's Peak is not the only one that has this shape. So how do you explain those? How do you explain those? Jay says, if the earth wasn't moving, wouldn't the water of earth go stale? Well, I'm glad you said that because, like I said earlier, one factor of the water movement is, aside from the moon's gravitational push, apparently, you got wind. Wind moves water also. Aside from that, you have ocean life that also adds to that. You got these giant whales that force water to move. It's not just one thing that moves this water, it's many things that move it. It's from what I can tell. ACP Chemistry says, why can't flat Earth people come up with some useful technology? Well, I mean, I think every technology is based on a flat Earth because everything that you see that you build things have flat surfaces on it. I mean, they are heavy, anyways. I mean, there's only so much wheels can do before they pop. Risky, no, because volcanoes will still cause some movement as hot water rises and cold water sinks. Oh, a counter. Jetta says you never see a plane in the sky way up there, and it takes a while to go across the sky, even though it moves really fast. Well, imagine something as big as the Earth moving. See, we see it slower. Hmm. Yes, that is true. Those things are going hella fast. But for us from down here, but it's the same thing how when you're driving in a car, you look at the front window and everything moves at what you would think it's a normal speed. But as soon as you look to your left, everything's just flying through. It's crazy. I guess it's perspective also. Because if you're seeing the airplane from the side, I think it looks like it's moving slowly. But if you're looking at an airplane from behind it, you can see that it's fastly disappearing in front of you. Uh, so perspective. Let's see. ACP Chemistry says all our phones is made for a round Earth. Are you speak ACP Chemistry? Are you speaking in the form of satellite satellite links? The way they connect to each other? Fuck Your Feeling says that's why they're called airplanes because they're flying in plane surface. You know what? I like that because I mean it is called airplane and plane and plane. A plane is a vehicle that flies through the air, but is also a tool used to make something smooth and flat, a kind of tree or a level surface. Good, good, good counter right there. Fuck your feelings. Good. ACP Chemistry says, Norbert, your pseudoscience is cringe, but insight to what I am up against. Well, that's why I love it. That's why I love these kinds of talk because, yeah, you definitely can't call it pseudoscience because, you know, who knows if it's true. But that's the thing. At a certain point in science or pseudoscience, you come to that point where you just can't explain how it is or why it is. And that's where they stop. That's where they say, well, we just can't explain it. And that what leaves science, modern science, in a vulnerable spot because that's the argument. That's always the argument. You could only get so far to the point where you eventually every scientist has to say, well, I don't know yet. Let's see. Denver Dirtbike says, if the Earth is flat, then why doesn't the sun set in the west and rise back up from the west? Well, let me get back to that. ACP Chemistry says, and when airplanes do a parabola and crash, that it wasn't flat. Hey, come on, easy there, ACP. Easy there. You're going dark on me, man. You're going dark on us. How would you explain Earth's escape velocity? That's a good one. Fuck Your Feelings says everything they taught us in school is a lie. Well, for the most part. Risky Business says, aside from NASA, the same science that can save your life proves Earth is spinning in a sphere. Pues ya te digo says, why does Earth have an equator? Hmm. Now, would you say the equator is based off the how the sun moves? Fuck Your Feelings says NASA means to deceive. The Nasid. It sure does. ACP Chemistry says Denver, that's because flat earth people can't explain that. Jedi says if you look at the rockets arching across the sky, it still looks slower than it's actually moving. Hmm. Denver says this if the sun sets in the west, how does it appear in the east? Well, let me tell you this. Let me ask you this. If this flat earth is so massive, but these continents that we are told are oceans apart, not only oceans apart, but on another side of a sphere, right? If it's on the other side of a sphere, right? I already forgot where I was going with that. It's always 1 in the morning, guys. I don't know how you 20 people guys are still here with me, but we're gonna get through this flat earth stuff. Deborah, let's see if this okay. Now let's say it was a flat earth, and let's say the Americas are on one side of this flat earth, and Asia and Europe on the other side of this flat earth. When you look at the rotation of this sun, which you know, for Asia, it sets in the east and comes right around the west to us, and then goes towards the east of the US, and then goes right back to what you would say, what, Asia, right? When you really look at it, if these continents were, you know, one on top of the other, so to say, then you could see how the earth, the sun would rotate around it and how it would come around from the west to the east, or at least, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Fuck Your Feelings says if you believe in round earth, you just believe what your teacher told you. Quote, fuck your feelings. All right. SCP Chemistry says the equator exists because of the circular planet is rotating and the centripetal forces causes the planet to have a belly or equator. Interesting. Jedi says let jets are going up in the air and in all direction and even circles, you still perceive them moving slower. You can't perceive the movement of the earth. That's even bigger. Hmm, interesting. Denver is laughing. Jay says calling in tomorrow to continue. But she really says there's a map from back in the day that proves the earth is not a ball spinning. Just have to do a little research. ACP Chemistry says Denver, that's because the sun teleports like a ghost. ACP Chemistry says sometimes the easiest explanation is correct one. A simple ball and a shadow does wonders. Are you quoting Occam's razor, ACP Chemistry? If you're gonna do that, say that. Ya pues te digo says, fuck you know if he's laughing out loud, just kidding. I don't care about her shit. I just want Lewis to go live more often. Well, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. Jay says there's scientists in the chat. Fool, you're not defending your theory. Denver Turnpike Squad says somehow it does. ACP. It jumps over maybe. ACP says I don't know who that is. Fuck your feeling says also there's never been a picture of round Earth. All the pictures you find are CGI. No, you're not wrong there. You are not wrong there. Okay, Jezero Zora says, Helly, hello. God dang it. I can go to a karaoke bar eventually this sometime. Jimenez Video Production says, what do you think about cyberbullying and harassment on social media? I mean, for for teenagers, it's a horrible thing, you know, and for children, it's a horrible thing. For adults, we really want to question like why, well, how miserable are they in their lives that they need to go above and beyond to cyberbully somebody? How sad of a life do you have that your purpose on YouTube is to bully somebody or harass them? Like that's a low point in somebody's life when you have to go out of your way to do something like that. And definitely children and teenagers should not ever get cyberbullied. They should definitely be taught how to deal with it also. Let's see. Jezreel Zora says from Alaska. ACB Chemistry says we need to get our own picture NASA Foundation. Okay, I'm with that. I am with that. Jay says explain it all scientifically, not theoretically. Ooh, okay. Jetta says there's never been a picture of a flat Earth, only drawings. You're right. There has only been drawings. As far as we can tell, there's only been drawings. I mean, that's all we got. Drawings. But I mean, in essence, these images and pictures, they're all drawings. None of us, except for these astronomers, no, not astronomers, but these astronauts that even some have gone to say, no, we never left this planet. I don't know what they're talking about, but we never left this planet. You know, can't really say, well, we definitely saw how round the earth was. These are all just images. These are just visuals, in a sense, drawings. Jimenez says, I'm being harassed and threatened by another YouTube channel. Well, if that's happening, do what Be Real said on Tony's podcast. Report them. Report them. Unfortunately, that's all you can really do. Is just report them. And don't give them the energy because Be Real said this on Tony's show. You know, when they started fucking with him on social media, trying to piss him off, uh, he will end up talking shit back to them. But all these guys that were doing that to him ended up reporting him to Instagram. So he got in trouble. So what Be Real came up with is that he will no longer entertain anyone that complains. The first sight of any trying to troll him, automatically he reports them. Doesn't give him any energy. If this is truly happening to you, Jimenez, don't give him the energy, report them. Because if somebody as big as Be Real has to go as far as reporting the individuals and then ignoring them and blocking them, then that's really the only solution for all of us. Report them and block them. That's the beautiful part about technology. It's getting better and better in blocking people. You know, Fuck your feelings says bullies are no good. Jezreel says Zora. Jezreel Zora says, "How says your life to go on life? I think we're all just lonely. Ain't it the truth?" Jimenez says they're even talking about my deceased brother. Yeah, you know what? They're gonna go and reach as far as they can reach, but that fire only stays lit for as long as you give it air. You stop giving that thing air or oxygen in this scenario, it'll die out. Nothing lasts forever, and only you know your own truth, and that's the truth. ACP Chemistry says if you're in California feeling like you can't sleep anywhere safe, is it the norm? I'm not too sure. ACP Chemistry says Jimenez YouTube isn't for everyone. And if you're in California, manos, we can all be touched. Ain't that the truth? Fuck Your Feeling says, Norby, do you believe in the Bible is based on true life events? I do. Jezreel, from where? That's the real question. Jezreel Zora says, no one ever talks about the planet Size. Okay, so I gotta look into it. Philip says, hello, Norbis. Two questions. Why no video today, bro? And second, you think everything will happen soon as far as aliens and anything of that nature? Okay, first question. I wasn't ready to do a video type of show tonight, so my apologies. I'm just keeping it audio. Second, aliens. I don't. I don't really believe in aliens. I definitely believe there are other things, but we'll get into that on another day, or when this thing is over, rewind it, and we did have a discussion about something of that matter. Jay says the shape of the states match the real land, so they are satellites in the sky, or do you disagree? There's definitely satellites in the sky, just not high enough to see that this planet is round. Jimenez says now they're making false accusations about me calling me a pedo and saying I touched it. Damn. Again, look, Jimenez, if it's not true and they can't prove it to be true, then it's gonna come out, bro. Now, if you did do it and you're on in that, then you might want to turn yourself in. But for the most part, bro, if they're just lying about you really can't do much about it. People are gonna lie about you, and people are gonna try to smut your name. All you can do is just keep pushing. That's all you can really do. Just keep pushing and ask yourself, are you in this for them or are you in this for yourself? Because if you're in this for them, then you shouldn't be in it because you're giving people power over you that shouldn't have it. And if you're doing this for yourself, then keep it to yourself. Make it about yourself. Don't stop. You know, I told I told Pocho, I think a lot of you guys know Pocho, when all that shit was happening with him and he was frustrated. I told him, bro, look, if all this is real, you're gonna get locked up. If what they're saying is not true, then they're gonna smut your name and they're gonna make you look bad. And for the most part, it's gonna look it's gonna look somewhat true because you put yourself in a position that gives them the ability to paint a different picture. Those are those regrets that we have from our past that come back to haunt us. But for the most part, if it's not true, then why are you going to stop podcasting? Keep doing it. Keep giving your thoughts, your ideas, because at the end of the day, it's not going to stop these people from talking smack about you. But if you acknowledge them, then they are going to keep talking about you because you're just creating content for them. Now you give them a reason to talk. You know. Let's see, Jedi Peace, man. Jay, peace. ACP, Raza for space exploration. Yes. Pues ya te, Norberto, are you live from Joshua Tree right now, camping with your reptilian buddy? That would be dope. I've always wanted to do that. Jimenez, hell no, I'm not like that. I have nieces and nephews. Okay, well, there you go, Jimenez. Keep pushing because it's never gonna stop. I got my haters. I I actually have some of the biggest haters. One of them literally named the hater. But that's not gonna stop me from having these dope ass conversation with amazing people and being a part of this, you know. And Jimenez, if that's your thing, and then that's what your thing to build your platform and have these conversations with the people that watch you and follow you, then keep doing it, bro. Keep doing it because having people that are gonna hate on you and talk about you, that's not gonna stop. And if you feel that that's too much, then you really need to reconsider why you're doing this. And if you have more reasons to do it than not to do it, then just keep doing it, bro. Fuck your feelings says haters gonna hate regardless. Exactly. ACP says Pocho keeps telling all our Raza women, let's make babies. Haha, no mames. Yeah, those are and like I said, those are the things that come to bite you in the ass afterwards. I'm not like that. I'm not, as he says, an alpha guy like that, but you know, I'm just a guy. But that being said, guys, it's 1 in the morning, and I think let's see, the biggest fake chola he faced at women's late. Yeah, he sure did. They both did. All right, guys, it's 1 in the morning. We went quite the distance tonight. To all you 39 people that hit the like button, much love, much love and appreciation to you, and many blessings. And if you got time tomorrow, join me and Marvelous, and as we take some topics and talk. That being said, guys, you guys have a good night, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, thank you, guys.